North Pole any longer.
Hello. We're here. I hope.
Yay!
Nice. All right. I can never tell if my audio is working until we do the thing. So this has been an experience. Hi, Maya. Um, so we had stuff happen last time. Some very fun things, and we're gonna build up to the big moment because it's not about the plot. We all know what it's really about. Um, so last time we sort of finished off dealing with the goblins. So Renori 2 sessions ago had like struck a hole in that big ship that was approaching, and the ship had started going down. And last session we kind of like resolved that scenario because that ship went down. The captain aboard it as well, hit with it was a Tasha's hideous laughter, I believe. So went down laughing. You rescued a little goblin girl from this sort of horde that was trying to get at you. Um, and you took her aboard, and she was taken down into the depths of the ship, which Faustus found out there's a break. And the last of the goblins, like, went down with their ship. They drowned. And after a very exciting fight with a water dragon, not a water dragon, but a dragon made of water, I should clarify. um, and everybody sort of has reunited now after this battle, and you were kind of not on course. Casper explained after the battle had concluded and everybody was sort of able to nurse their wounds, that they were going to need time to repair the ship. No major damage happened, but just enough where you needed to sort of pull over. But he said he knew of a spot where you guys could sort of park, and he put Chad in charge of repairs. And Chad, bless his heart, is not the smartest. He's not the sharpest light bulb in the drawer. Put it like that. And but he's excited to help. So there's going to be some general arts and crafts, let's say. But what did happen, which was fun, the big thing, and Kristen's rolling her eyes. So the ship sort of pulled away from this battle as everybody's nursing their wounds and figuring out what's going on. We pulled into this cove, and on the way there, Raven and Fishhook had a bonding moment and made everybody dinner and sort of got to know each other a little bit. And everybody had a lovely meal together, and it was just kind of wholesome. There was some shenanigans with music. And we pulled into this cove. It just appears to be sort of rising from the waves without rhyme or reason. And there's like windows, not carved, but sort of worn naturally into the rock. And Renori, under going into this enclosed space, kind of had some past feelings dredge up. And she and Casper had a bonding moment. And that bonding moment was very sweet. And it sort of started blossoming into something more. And as we left off, after Casper accidentally motorboated Renori, we left off with Renori leaning in to kiss Casper. And that's where we're going to pick up. Right there.
Excellent.
Renori, the two of you have been going back and forth. Having this sort of tender bonding moment that where you just both sort of let your guard down a little bit. Casper was telling you about how he understood that sort of crushing fear of not claustrophobia for the sake of it, but claustrophobia from a memory. And he was showing you like some of his scars as well that sort of accompanied that bad time. And the two of you started talking, and you leaned in, and the smell of the ocean has sort of surrounded you this entire time, but Casper carries it like distinctly on his skin, and he looks sort of nervous at your proximity, but it's not unwelcome. And you had deftly noticed last time that he had sort of been looking at your lips. And now's the moment of truth. See if he panics.
Oh, good.
You've leaned in, and after a moment, Casper leans into, and your lips meet. He is soft and warm, and just sort of, for all of his bluster and shenanigans from the very moment that you met him, this is like quiet and calm and peaceful in a soothing way on your soul. And he sort of like pulls you a little bit closer, just gently. Then there's like careless whispers playing in the background, and there's like fireworks going off. We got somebody's on saxophone, but they weren't
literally
hired.
Just Faustus.
It's Faustus. Faustus is on saxophone.
Minor illusion.
Careless whisper plays in the distance.
This is the somatic component of my minor illusion.
Oh my god. This tender moment, however, was bracketed by a horrible tragedy because we lost our pasta. Raven and Faustus were like lifting pasta from the kitchens with their mage hand. 20 pounds of pasta. Just fresh mac and cheese taken to go, handcrafted by Fishhook and Raven. And it went overboard. And it's just very devastating. So, just a moment for the pasta, because you will be missed. That is what good dinner sounds like, and I meant it like that. So now Renori and Casper, you have sort of, you've, I don't, collided's not the right word, you've met in the middle. There was
We
no,
collided earlier when the ship went.
that's true, yes, you just like, you meet, and this moment is just, like I said, peaceful in a way that just sort of sinks into your soul. And he's gentle and he is kind, and I think that's something that you both needed. And the two of you sort of pull away, and you're lingering in each other's space. And Casper just gets this brilliant smile on his face. But he's not really saying anything. He's just looking at you.
Okay, well, Renori is all sorts of blushing, the darker purple that shades her skin when she blushes, and finds herself kind of, for once, like briefly stunned into silence. This woman that usually has some sort of quip or banter to offer, just kind of like is shyly smiling and like returns the warmth and the happiness of the moment, but is quiet for once, which is a notable difference with her personality.
That is adorable. So the two of you have sort of broken apart, and I will remind you're up in the crow's nest because last time Casper almost took a tumble, which was that was great. So you're up in the crow's nest, and there's sort of a wind filtering through from these windows that are in this cave, and it's just, it's not a movie kiss in the sense of like it's just this collision of passion, but it's one of those moments that it changes you. Because it's just something that, like, if you could tangibly hold any memory, this would be one of them. There's a certain magic to it. As the two of you are just looking at each other. Faustus and Raven, you see these gross ass nerds up in the crow's nest, just staring at each other like fools. You've just lost your pasta, which is I'm not over it personally. What are y'all doing?
Well, right at the end of last session, I had attempted to get my new pasta friend to take advantage of the fact that the captain's busy in the crow's nest, very busy in the crow's nest, and try to show her the bread I found.
Right.
That's right. Okay, so before we do that, real quick, Tide. We're gonna catch up with you a little bit. So you've been here, right? Like the last time when we had this sort of resolution to the goblin conflict, you were there. You were helping. You got shot, which was unfortunate. The arrow that shot you was the arrow that did a lot of the crucial damage to that hobgoblin captain, courtesy of Faustus. So it took a while. There was some dagger dragging, trying to stab him, and not being good at the one thing the knife is for. It's fine. You were there for this. You got to eat the meal with everybody else. And so now you are, I'm actually gonna you can tell me where you are. You've just had a lovely meal cooked by Raven and Fishhook, which you sort of saw coming together as you would have come in for dinner. You know that the rest of the party is on the main deck. Like, there's always something on the main deck. But where are you?
Yeah, so kind of rewinding a little bit back to dinner. Tide is sitting, I believe it's Tide, then Raven, then Renori, then Casper, if I'm remembering correctly, and Faustus is creeping behind us. So Tide sees all this going down with Renori and Casper, and Tide doesn't play second fiddle. He is not angry, but he's done. Like he's like, all right, whatever. So when he sees these vibes happening, he also leaves with behind Raven and Faustus and the rest of the crew to go up onto the deck. Pretty sure about what's going on, but ultimately just kind of like playing it off. So during the duration of the pasta fight and everything going on, Tide has been chilling on the deck, kind of just playing with water almost. Like if you think about it, kind of like water bending. There's so much water all over the place. He's just kind of messing around. It's kind of like a fidget to him, just to pass the time. At night when Casper does fall off of the crow's nest, Tide sees it happen, but also sees him gently land and go back up. So at this point, he knows, hey, everybody's fine. But he's just kind of chilling on his own, sitting on like a crate right next to, I don't know boat sides, but one of the sides of the boats.
Okay.
Just kind of twiddling his thumbs, if you will, with the water.
Okay. Okay, so we'll come back to Tide then, as you're sort of lounging. Let's say, I don't know boat sides either, so let's say you're lounging next to the right side of the ship, if you're looking straight ahead. Boat fandom, I'm sorry. Is there a boat? There's probably a boat fandom.
Cancel.
I'm about to get canceled by the boat fandom. So, Faustus and Raven, you are on your way to the brig. Faustus, you're able to lead the way. You know it pretty well now. So the two of you descend down the necessary ladders. And Raven, you're seeing this for the first time. Faustus, you remember this, but there is sort of a first storeroom full of crates and chests and all sorts of things that look like general wares and goods. And then you descend a second ladder, and there seems to be more things of value. You just see all sorts of trinkets lying around, not necessarily uncared for, but a little bit jostled, probably from the fighting earlier. And Raven, what you do see is a hatch in the ground. It's got golden, like, filigree going on it, and it's got, like, a large golden ring on it as well. It's just, like, when you're talking about, like, descending the ladders, and it looks like it would be the next hatch to go down. But it's distinctly different from the other ones.
We're going down there, right? I asked to Faustus.
Perhaps not. It's magically trapped.
God damn
Actually.
it.
But and I walk over to the whatever corner of the wall where I left Lilith, and I just sort of like beckon, and she comes down, and I give her some little scritches. And I take out the roll from my pocket that I hid earlier, and I rip it in half, and I start feeding half of it, just pieces. And I just do that sort of casually while I just like not really mentioning why the snake is there, and just keep like feeding it while I'm talking. And I was like, it doesn't sit quite right with me to take someone from chains from an enemy and then put them straight back into chains again. So
This is true.
I thought you might take a look at it as well and see if you can see something I didn't. But I'd like to speak with her, but haven't been able to yet.
Sure, can I do like a perception check on it, or
Why
what?
don't you do me so Faustus has told you it's magically trapped, so do an Arcana check for me, please.
Okay. I will hope I don't want to say anything, actually. I'm not gonna fucking jinx myself. 18.
Nice. Okay, so you observe it in whole, and as you're sort of gazing at it and trying to dissect what is exactly in front of you, you recognize that the golden filigree on the hatch is not just a filigree, it's a rune. It's not necessarily a rune that you recognize, like you're not really able to decipher it, but you do know, based on some things that you've encountered in your past, that it appears to be some sort of like you would assign a rune of that shape or that typical shape likely to some sort of protective measures. It's like recognizing that like Spanish and English use the same alphabet with few extra letters. It's sort of like that situation. You're able to recognize the shape of the rune, but it's not your toolbox, so to speak. You don't notice anything else specifically going on around besides that one symbol on the front of the hatch, though.
It seems like the rune is trying to protect something. I don't know what it is. It has something to do with protection. I don't know if the thing inside of it needs protection. I don't know if we need protection from the thing inside. But that is what it is.
Yes, that's what I could tell as well. Usually, I'm reasonably good at disarming these kinds of things, but it's eluded me so far. I'm curious. I'd like to try something, but you and I might take a few steps back, just in case. And I
We're
give
blowing.
half the
Are we
roll.
blowing?
No.
Okay.
It's very benign. It's very benign. I give half the roll to Lilith, and I banish her from this plane to her pocket plane, and then I can cause her to reappear in an unoccupied space within 30 feet. And I'm going to try to attempt to make her reappear with half of a bread roll, 5 feet below the trapdoor.
Okay.
And see if the protections have accounted for familiar teleporting in and out.
Okay, so you give
Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe she splatters and turns into dust, but we'll see.
No. You give Lilith half of the roll and she sort of does like a little like meh. And then there's the sort of like when you banish and summon her, there's like a sort of tug on not necessarily your soul, but like the magical reservoir that rests within you, and you feel it. You feel her disappear. And then she appears sitting in front of you on the hatch with the loaf of bread in her mouth.
Yeah. Well, worth a try. Back to your post, Lilith. She slithers across the ground and up a pillar and coils around.
Little snake baby. Okay, so you've now acquired knowledge for your Pokedex that familiars cannot teleport in and out.
I don't know who we can trust yet. And I'm not one to kiss or tell anything to people I've just met. So it seems like perhaps you're not either, so.
Yes, I suppose. Raven is like slightly aware of the shade of that comment. She's just like, I'm just gonna hopefully move on.
It's a light shade. He helped it along, but he's just very cautious.
Very judgy.
Like clutching my pearls. No, like, wow.
No judgment.
The girls are fighting.
You do you, Renori.
The girls are fighting during Pride Month?
Oh my gosh.
Well, that's all, I guess. Well, I'm keeping an eye on it. I don't know. It doesn't sit well with me when people are locked up when we don't know anything about them yet.
Yeah, I'll try to see if I can inquire subtly as I can. But yes, I'm also sorry that there's nothing else that we can do for her. At least not at this moment.
I thought that might be something you might be able to do better, perhaps, than I can. I'm not very good with people.
I can tell. And then she sort of just like makes her way to move.
Fausta stands alone for a second and then just says to the airs, anyway, and walks off.
Alright. After that back and forth, Um, okay, so after that, then, well, so you guys are on your way. I will go over to Tide. Um, so you're sort of you're sitting on the deck. You would be aware that Renori and Casper are above you generally, and you're just sort of playing with water. And it's like a stress relief thing. And you there's been a general bustle of like crew going back and forth in front of you, like adjusting crates and stacking things and starting work on like minor repairs and things like that. But you do hear some like fervent footsteps, and as you sort of look up, you see you see Chad like pacing back and forth in front of you, and Mans looks very stressed out. He's got like a little clipboard with some parchment on it, and he's got a quill, and he's like aggressively like tapping the clipboard as he's walking back and forth, like he's just like, you see him muttering to himself. Yeah.
Hey, Chad, what are you doing?
He stops mid pace and he turns on his heel to face you. And he like looks at the clipboard and he looks at you and he goes, so I'm in charge of repairs, and I'm trying to make sure that things get repaired. But I just realized I've never been in charge of repairs before, so I don't know how to make sure that the repairs get repaired, and I'm very worried about it. I just want to do a good job. And he goes back to pacing.
At this point, Tide stands up and kind of walks over, keeping like probably like a 5-6 foot distance from him, and just kind of goes, "Okay, well, what needs to be done first?"
Well, see, that's the hard part, okay? Because we have to. So there's a lot of. It's just a lot. So there's some gouges in the deck that need to be patched up, but because we don't want water, because water is bad, and I am very sick and tired of shipping out buckets of water. But then also we have to go and fix some of the sails because some of the masts are cracked now. But then also we have to go and check and make sure that there's no hull damage like down below, because once again, water is bad. And then also I need to make sure that all of the sails don't have holes in them. And then also and he just keeps going.
Okay. Calm down. So we're in a cave, so I would say maybe not worry about the sails right this second. I'm good with water. Why don't we go check that out?
You don't. It's okay. Listen, you're part of the. And he like does this great like almost jazz hands. He's like, adventuring party. So you don't. We can take care of that. You don't have to. It's okay.
Yeah. No, come on. Let's go. Show me where the problem is.
All right. And he takes you over to kind of like just further up where you were sitting, and there's like a little cutout in the railing, and he like leans over, like he's holding the railing, and he leans over to gesture, and he goes, well, okay, so generally when stuff like what just happened, usually we get hit. We didn't get hit this time, which is always a bonus, but those little like goblin dudes probably put some holes in the side, so we just have to check that there's no holes, because then water, and then if there are holes, we need to not have holes. Yeah.
Okay, so how do we check if there are holes?
Hold this, and he hands you the clipboard.
Okay.
He jumps overboard.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
He swan dives. Let me just say, this man does not just fall overboard. He like does a little. He's got like some presentation. And you hear the splash, and he pokes his head up, and he kind of shakes his hair out. He goes, checking for holes. And he starts like swimming alongside the boat.
Look, dude, I feel like there's probably a better way to do this.
Well,
are you sure this is the best way?
This is how I've always done it. And and he's just looking at the side of the boat, and he's sort of like, you see him like padding along the side of the boat.
Can we check from the inside?
You know, I never thought of that. I guess we could. Huh. Okay.
Tide kind of rubs his forehead like I'm doing, like, oh man. Well, look, you're gonna have to get up here on your own. I'm out of spell slots, so
It's okay. Hold on. And you see him start swimming towards one of the anchors. This boat has 2 anchors. So you see him like swimming towards one of them, and he climbs up it. He climbs up the chain. And he almost like kind of flops over on the top deck like a wet fish. He just kind of lays there for a second, and then he gets up and he jogs over to you. He goes, "Okay, yeah, that's you're so smart. I guess we should go down this way first." And he points at the frontmost hatch. So Raven and Faustus, like, this is that you see them going down as you're coming up. Because you're coming out of the same hatch.
What are you 2 up to?
we're gonna go check and see if there are any holes in the ship.
I thought that sentence was going a different direction, given the mood in the air. But need any help?
Chad?
I mean, the more the merrier. I'm sure. And Chad starts, like, he does, like, excuse me, around you, Faustus, and starts heading down the ladder.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so Faustus, are you going back down?
Yes.
Raven, or what are you doing?
I think I'm going to just follow along with them. She kind of like didn't say anything, but she's just going to like be there and observe more.
All right, so Raven, you sort of like, okay, so we have like a chain going. Chad and Tide go this way, and Faustus, you like add yourself to the chain, and then Raven adds herself to the chain, and then you all go back down. Checking the first level is an interesting time. Chad is not the most organized, because he's sort of just shoving boxes and chests out of the way, like trying to do it as fast as possible. So you see him like just like doing some of these, just to, and then like kind of like patting the walls to see if his hand goes through anywhere. Good news, not really. And then he goes down, he like sort of leads you guys down to the second level. Raven and Faustus, this is where you just were. So Tide, you see that the sort of stock in this room is a little bit different than the room that you were just above. Instead of general things you'd expect to find on a merchant ship, you find some more valuable items, and then you also see there's a hatch that is distinctly different from the others in the room. It has golden filigree on it and a golden ring to open it. And Chad just starts doing the same thing. But it's taking longer.
Chad, here's 2 questions. 1, there's got to be an easier way to do this. 2, what the hell is that? And he points over to the hatch.
If there's, I mean, I don't know what an easier way would be. We gotta kind of, I mean, like I said, you're the smart one here.
This way seems fine. This way seems perfectly fine, Tide. In fact, I think a thorough search would probably require that we search every room. Yes? Just in case.
Well, yeah, that's what we're doing.
Right. But what about this room? The one behind this door.
Oh, we can't go in there.
What if it's
Why?
slowly filling with water?
No,
Chad.
it's probably fine. And Chad starts to look nervous.
I cast minor illusion as discreetly as I am able,
Mm-hmm.
and I make it sound like water slowly trickling in under that door.
All right.
So I have a question, GM.
Yes.
I feel like I really haven't been able to use my my skills of coercion
Mm-hmm.
and flirtation as much as I would like, Renori. So I would like to keep talking to Chad and see if I can convince him that maybe we should take a peek in there.
Go ahead and roll me persuasion.
Okay.
And we'll see. You know what? Do it with
If
advantage.
everyone would like to talk to Renori, you can go have a conversation with her yourself.
It's the
Okay.
I
subtweeting
assumed
for
she
me.
was still. I assumed her mouth was still occupied with other things. Just kissing. Just kissing.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Got her minds.
I got a 17.
Okay, so we're gonna pair those two events. So so as soon as Chad's like, it's probably fine, there's a sort of faint, just very faint sound of water that starts to filter in. Muffled just so where you could probably assume it's coming from below you. And what do you say to Chad?
Chad, I feel like I'm just so new here and I really want to help you because you've got this big important role now and I can tell it's really stressing you out. I think the best way to help would be for you to let me see what's going on down there. It sounds like there's some water and I just don't want you to get in trouble.
Chad's sort of like, he has this like troubled little, like almost like a pouty expression, and he's thinking, and he's like, well, it's not that I want to do my job, because like this is the first time that Casper's actually let me do something. Well, that's not true. Actually, I used to be allowed to do cannons. I'm not allowed to do cannons anymore. But like this is important and I want to make sure I do it right. So it's like it's not that I don't want you to help. But I physically I want you to help. But also we are going to get in a lot of trouble, and Casper's very scary when he's mad. And I don't want him to be mad at me cuz he's like my friend. But I want you to you know what? Okay,
Yeah.
here's what no, it's fine. It's fine. Here's what we'll do. Okay, so we're going to go up to Casper and we're going to be like, "It's fine, but we need help." And then he'll come help us, and then it'll all be hunky dory.
And I want
Sounds
Raven
like
to
a good idea.
Raven is going to also try to just persuade him right before we go to Casper.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll.
What are you trying to do before you roll? What are you trying to do?
Oh, I'm just gonna Raven's gonna chime in and try to convince him to just open it. We don't have to go to Casper yet.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay. $24.
Okay. Wow. Speak to Chad.
Yeah,
Why don't you just open it now?
Okay.
Tide kind of reaches out and kind of touches not like the shoulder, but kind of like right below the shoulder.
The bicep.
Yeah, the bicep.
Bicep,
Like,
please.
it's fine, like we don't need to get Casper involved. He's busy right now. Let's just try it.
So Chad sort of looks a little distressed. 'Cause Raven, something about your matter-of-fact tone just kind of clears the brain blockage. And then Tide, you do the bicep touch. And he's sort of like roll me insight, Tide.
Okay. Let me see what I got. Insight. 19.
Okay, so you do this a lot. So you know when you've got one. Put it like that. Chad sort of is looking nervously between all of you. And he's like, all right. But I have to open it. Just stand back. Also, if anything happens, don't tell Casper. Just put me somewhere that no one can see me, but also don't let people think I'm dead. We'll deal with it if it comes to it.
Is this dangerous? Is this dangerous, Chad, or just a secret?
Yes, and without further ado, um, Chad sort of like he's doing some stretches, like he's rolling his shoulder, and he's got like the knuckles going on, like he's ready, he's warming up, and he walks up.
Chad turns around to do his work.
Mm-hmm.
Faustus takes 2 slow steps backwards from his companions, and the eyes glow with like a little edge of purple around the black, and he looks through Lilith's eyes to try to get an angle on how it's being opened.
Okay. All right. So, Faustus, you're gonna see this from Chad's point of view. Everybody else, you just sort of get a glorious view of Chad's ass, which is popping, by the way. But he's doing his stretches, and he goes over to this little trap door here, and he does like a little butt wiggle, and then bends down, and you see his hand make contact with the ring. All right. So Faustus, you're seeing this differently. So you see his hand make contact. Everybody else, you just sort of see him seize up a little bit. And he like grabs onto this ring, and there's Faustus. You see like a faint pulse of light where his hands come in contact with the ring, and he like heaves open the door, and it hits the deck with a heavy thump. And he goes, just wait here. I'll take care of it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And he goes to like as he's starting to climb down the hatch, he goes to pull the hatch closed behind him.
So before he closes the door, I would like to do what is that? I would like to do shape water with the water that I have in my satchel to put the water like down on the floor of where he just went to show that there is some water down there.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
So I do this while he's making his way downtown, walking fast.
We're on our X Games. We're on our X Games right now.
Can you roll me a sleight of hand, please? I want to see if you're able to get the water past him without him seeing it. It's probably going to work. Not the sharpest light bulb in the drawer.
Nice.
15.
Yeah. That's, yeah. You're able to discreetly sort of get some water to slither, like, down from your hand and into the trapdoor. And he looks down and he goes, guys, there's water. You're right. And he starts heading down, and he he like gets a firm hand on, there's like a ring on the other side of the door, and he gets a firm hand on it, and he shuts it behind him. Chad is below, and you all are above, and we're gonna come back to you in a second because Renori is up to business. So, Renori, you are still up in the crow's nest having this moment with Casper, and kind of flustered. Very cute. And he's just quiet. And you see him sort of like look over like the edge of the crow's nest, and he looks back at you and he goes, "Is it bad that I don't want to go back down there?"
No. No, it's not. It's a mess down there.
Yeah. They are a fascinating bunch.
Yeah, that's one way to describe them.
Yeah.
I like them. I don't think they know that I like them. But I also don't trust them yet.
Yeah. That's fair. I mean, you did just meet them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I also just met you.
Touche.
but when people are more forthcoming, sometimes it can be easier.
Yeah, I suppose so. Um, and he like kind of like he okay. So you this is a thing I just forgot to mention about him, I think, when I described him, but he has like a little necklace that he wears. It's like a little, just like a little locket with a green gem on the lid. And you see his hand come down to like fiddle with it. And he goes, yes, I suppose, maybe I could be more forthcoming with you if it would earn your favor.
Yeah, that's a good start.
um, okay, well, and he sort of like adjusts the crisscross. What would you like to know?
Oh, I'm supposed to have questions prepared.
Uh, sorry, you didn't come to the game show prepared. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, since you seem so inclined to fidget around with it, what's that thing around your neck?
Oh, that this says and he his face sort of falls. My mom left this for me. That's all he says.
What was your mom like?
I don't quite know if there were words for her. She I could not think of a kinder woman, a funnier one. she she was the kind of person who would change you. Like she could weave the very stars with her words. If you could hear her read something like a story, it would just come to life. And she just had this way about her that when you saw her, it was like magic just followed where she went. Yeah, and his face like falls again.
It it sounds like you're a lot like her then.
Oh my god. He kind of like his he looks a little startled when you say that, and he goes, thank you. I don't know if I've quite earned that, but I appreciate it.
Just based off of what I've seen, I guess. But you might be a little bit more airheaded than you made her out to seem. Which she says with affection, by the way. It's not
He
cruel.
he gasps like dramatically, like me. I can you come into my crow's nest. I cannot like he's just having a Shakespeare moment.
Yeah, and Renori is like over it. She's just like head in hands, like dear God. But obviously jovially.
Aw.
And yeah. uh yes. I'm not 100% sure how someone like you ended up as the captain, and also this nickname of the ghost still eludes my understanding. But your resume that you so kindly showed us upon arrival seems to boast that the ghost is an apt name for you. So many mysteries to unfold, I suppose.
And I suppose, and he sort of leans forward a little bit, you'll have to stick around to unravel them.
She just kind of like leans back a little bit, like full dark purple. So not prepared for that. Not on her radar at all that like he would think beyond this moment. Um, and just like nods. Yeah, that could work. I could be persuaded that that's a good idea.
Um, he grins, and he's like, okay, well, I wouldn't disagree with the notion. And he stands, and he like sort of does some stretches, and he goes, "You we got a lot. We got very close today. So you've cheated a little bit. He's teasing with this. But I suppose I could give you a little sneak peek into the nickname if you'd like."
Yes. Like Renori jumps on it immediately. Like she springs to her feet and like dusts herself off, even though like there's not really anything to like dust off,
Mm-hmm.
and puts her hands on her hips and is like, yeah, yep.
All right.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
So you see, so Casper's doing like some sort of stretches, and he's like, kind of, he even like pulls the knee to his chest, like he's being very dramatic. And he goes, well, first thing I'd like to show you, and Renori, he stomps his feet, like jumps up and down, does like a little jig, and there's no sound. There's no footfall. You see the contact, you see the force of it, like silence. And then he goes, second thing, and he climbs up onto the crow's nest, jumps onto the mast because, oh god, those athletics checks, and he drops like he does some parkour from the mast, like sort of this crossbar down to the main mast, and then he's down on the lower deck with incredible speed, and he does a little salute and he goes, "You coming?"
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll follow. That's not necessarily going to go well. But I'll climb down.
Go ahead and do athletics with advantage,
Okay.
as you're not currently moving.
Okay, so an 11.
All right. You start going down the ladder, and you have a few like life flashing before your eyes moments as like your boots slip on some of the rungs, but you do make it down without falling. And
Okay.
you you come into contact with the deck, and he's like at your side and goes, "Good job." Um, and then he does like a little bow, like, "I suppose I showed you my secrets."
Um, One, don't lie to me. That was shit. Athletics, climbing, sometimes even walking, not my strong suit. So it's just okay. Secondarily, you make no noise. I don't know if I'm impressed or terrified.
His eyes sort of like sparkle a little bit, and he's like, "I know."
Again, I'm not sure if I'm impressed or terrified by your response to my response.
Um, he just winks at you, and he does like a little, like he spins on his heel, and starts striding towards the captain's cabin. And now that you've noticed that there's no sound, like you can't unnotice it.
Yeah, and that's gonna drive Renori crazy. uh, um, but she's going to like hesitantly follow where he's walking, like in a like her movements are going to be like long, slow steps of like, I don't know if I can find him.
um okay, so you start approaching the cabin like a lot slower than he is, and at some point he like turns around to like get the door, and he sees you and he's like, "Well, come on then."
Uh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he he opens the door and he's like, "Come on."
She just goes in and like shoots him like a jokingly suspicious narrowed-eyed glance like as she walks into the room quarters.
He's just grinning. He doesn't shut the door. He just like sort of leaves it to stay slightly open. He goes, "Well, I didn't really have a game plan past this part, but you're free to stay if you'd like." And he gestures at the bed and goes, "It's the most comfortable piece of furniture I've got. Help yourself to the blankets if you wish." And
Are you gonna curl up on the floor in a sad little circle this time?
Not quite ready to sleep, I suppose, but when the time comes, yes.
Why are you gonna... Both I and Renori can't help but laugh at the image. Why are you have the largest quarters, I presume, on the ship, therefore the largest bed, and you're going to curl up like a sad little cat on the floor instead.
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds silly, but yes, because and you see him like starting to trip up again, for all of his smoothness earlier. He's like, "Hey, okay, well, firstly, I like to be respectful, and secondly," and he gets kind of like a little bit quieter, and he goes, "The floor's easier sometimes."
Do you want to elaborate on that, or like if I wasn't here, would you sleep on the floor anyway?
On the harder days, yeah.
I'm afraid I am unable to comprehend.
And you see him do what I just did. Like he has to brace himself for this, and he goes to sort of hover next to you by the bed. I did not have the cushiest of childhoods, and sometimes sleeping on a bed, even one like this, it's like sleeping on a marshmallow. And I feel it's just not for me. And sometimes I just need to be not in the bed.
So, comfortable is not comfortable to you.
Only sometimes.
Or rather... Okay. That's okay. If it's the first part you're worried about, the respect thing, you can sleep in the bed. It would be nice to not feel cripplingly alone, but also you're allowed to sleep on the floor if you are more comfortable for whatever reason as well. Or like I can go back to my hammock. The hammock's fine.
Well, no. You don't have to. And he realizes how like earnest he sounds. He's like, if you want to go back to the hammock, don't let me stop you. But if my presence is not unwelcome, then I suppose there's plenty of room to share.
Yes, that is my thinking.
This is so wholesome. Casper kind of like does an after you gesture at the bed.
God. Renori just in an attempt to stop herself stop herself from feeling the panic and all of these other things that are like swirling inside of her. She like flings herself out onto the bed and like lands like a starfish.
Um,
Just like on the bed trying to be as ridiculous as possible, like holding in giggles to try and not let in on the ruse.
um, you get a loud laugh from Casper. And he does like, you know, that thing people do when they realize you're laughing too loud and they like try to cover their face, but it just makes it worse. He does that. And he as his laughter sort of starts to die down, he like fits himself like in the remaining space. And so you got Renori like this, and then Casper sort of like bent around the outer perimeter of your body. And
literally what I do to my dog when she takes up most of my bed is I bend
yes.
myself around her. Uh, no, so Renori, like, once she makes it very difficult for him to, like, get into the bed, she'll then, like, curl in on herself a little bit and give significantly more room and just burst into, like, uncontrollable giggles.
Oh.
Both from having heard his laughter and then the sight of the captain of the ship, like, trying to squeeze himself into, like, a tiny little space on his otherwise like large bed.
He so so you, as you know, you take a more normal position, so does Casper. He like kind of stretches out a little bit. Close but respectfully distant. We'll just put it like you're close and you're both comfortable with where you're at. We'll just put it like that. And he does this like the quilt for this bed isn't like tucked in. Like there's no real, I suppose, way to tuck it in. And he like kicks the quilt up towards both of you and it lands on your face. And then he starts like hurriedly rearranging it to sort of cover both of you. And he looks up like realizing he left the door open and does this long suffering sigh. And he goes just and you feel him like shuffle his feet by you, which is great. The door shuts on its own.
Notice, Captain Cutie, that it's as if this entire ship bends to your will.
You get that sort of mischievous twinkle again, and he goes, well, yes, I mean, it is mine.
Yeah, and my books are mine, and they don't do everything I want them to do just by a twitch of my nose.
Well, it sounds like you need to get to know them better.
My know them better. And she just like her, you know that the image of the woman with all the calculations going around her brain. That's like Renori in this moment. She's just like, what the hell? Like, is he on drugs? Like, why is he like this? um, I don't understand. And she just like turns on her side to like be laying facing him and looking at him, and it is just like lets out a long suffering sigh because Casper either gives like very clear answers or very unclear answers, and there's never anything in between.
Yep.
Okay, you know, I don't want to unpack that one right now.
Fine by me. And he like sort of like wrestles his arm up and he boops your nose. Good night.
After the nose boop, she'll like reach out with her hand that's not like under and like cup his cheek for a second and just be like, "You are fascinating."
I just want to see if he. Hold on. Hold on. Casper looks at you for a long moment, and then he like kind of like slides his face where you're cupping his cheek, and he like presses like a gentle kiss to your hand, and he goes, "So are you." Um, and he,
Yeah, I try to be.
Aww. And with that, he sort of like snuggles down into like the mattress pillow situation. And it's clear he's intending to go to sleep now.
Yeah, Renori will like also get all like snugly into the bed that is significantly more comfy than the hammock, I'll note. And but she'll leave like her free arm like just out a little bit in front of her between the two of them, strategically placed for perhaps, a scandalous little handhold or something. But decide that despite not really needing to sleep, it would be nice to get a reprieve from consciousness.
Yeah, yeah, that's a mood. That I felt that one. Okay, so bedtime. Um, so Faustus, Raven, and Tide. Chad has just vanished into the beyond, into the hatch. And you hear. Roll me perception. Let's see what you hear.
15.
15?
7.
7.
That is a 22 for me.
Jeez. Okay. Tide, you don't hear this, but Faustus and Raven, you do. There's the general sloshing of water, and you hear some faint clinking, and you hear Chad's voice, but you can't make out what he's saying.
What is like? Can we tell the like nature of the clinking? Like, is it from like metal
It sounds like it's
against
metal.
metal? Okay. So we got him to go in. Does anybody
Yeah,
have
I
any
tried.
ideas? Huh?
I tried, but he sometimes he doesn't think things through all the way.
You start to hear, Tide, so you would hear this as well, that there's like, it sounds like he's starting to come back up the ladder. Like, you just hear a rhythmic sort of noise that sounds like footsteps near the hatch. Like, all of you are able to hear it clearly.
Okay, so he's coming back up. How do we get down there?
I think it is unlikely that we're going to get down there without someone noticing. As a group of 3, with Chad here.
Well, out of everyone we've met, it seems that if we were to go in any group, Chad would be the person we would want to go with, because I feel like other people might not be as easily convinced.
Yes, but if he can be easily convinced to let us to go in, can't he be easily convinced to tell others that we went?
GM, I have a question.
Yes, what's up?
When the hatch is open, does it have the same like protective properties as it did when the hatch was closed in terms of things or people going in?
That's not something that you would know just looking at it. You can attempt to find out when Chad opens the hatch again.
Okay.
Yes, Raven.
How much is Raven seeing with her dark vision in when the hatch is opened?
You see it. You can like see through it. There's nothing of note to see from where you are right now. Like you just see the
Mm.
whatever bit of the ladder that you can see in like the wood floor beneath. It's not like a like everything's opened before you.
So we're hearing Chad about to come in. Can Raven position herself so that as soon as the door opens, she like sticks her head into the hatch just to see what's going on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you sort of shuffle alongside the left side of the hatch, and uh, you guys hear Chad coming up. And the footsteps sort of get louder as he comes up the ladder, and the hatch opens with like a faint creak, and he pokes his head out. And goes, I took care of it. Whew, there's a lot of water. And he opens the hatch and starts like hauling himself out. Raven, as Chad gets like his thighs out of the hatch and he's sort of starting to like step up onto the deck, you shove your head into the hatch.
As far as I can without falling into it.
Without falling, you're able to see the edges of what looks like golden bars, like a cell. But you're not. It's like you're seeing like the bottom foot of these bars. You're not really seeing anything besides that. And go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh gosh. Can I also see like if the gold in the bar jail cell, like could I perhaps like tell if that's the same or like similar to like the gold that's on the hatch or
Um,
anything like
it looks the same color, but from where you are, you can't
uh
really investigate it further.
got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Dexterity saving throw.
Yes, please.
Uh
It's not a good look.
9.
Oh boy. You all see Raven shove her head into the hatch with just such vigor. And Chad turns around to see this as well, just as Raven topples into the hatch. Raven, you take 1 bludgeoning damage
Got
as
it.
you fall down this ladder and you just hit your back hits the deck with just this crash. It hurts. Um
Yikes.
yeah.
So
Raven just like
I
coughs a little from like the wind being knocked out of her a little.
You also, we're gonna come back to you in just one moment because some stuff is gonna happen. Not to be ominous or anything. Tide and Faustus, you saw Raven fall in.
so Tide kind of looks at Chad and he's like, "Well, we got to help her, and I would like to try to use Misty Step
Hmm.
to get down there."
Uh, Interesting. Okay. So Misty Step. Hold on. I'm gonna see how I'm gonna flavor this. Okay, so the silvery mist sort of encompasses your feet and crawls up your body as normal, and then it fades and you're exactly where you were standing.
Damn it!
Raven, you are laying on your back on the floor where you've fallen, and you're sort of just staring up at the ceiling like a little stunned, and you feel it's like a static sort of in your body, not quite as violent as like a pins and needles, but just this resting prickle underneath your skin, and it starts to get worse, and you feel this sense like shooting up your spine, like the hairs on the back of your neck standing up, goosebumps, but not in a good way, and you just get this deep-seated feeling you are not supposed to be in here. Can you roll me insight, please? Actually, you know
Yes.
what? Do wisdom. Do wisdom.
Hey, why? Oh, just like
Just a general
wisdom.
wisdom check.
Okay. Uh,
I'm pretty sure insight and
that
wisdom are the same, but just in case.
how is that different? Anyway, sorry.
Sometimes, just yeah. What is it?
Okay. That is a 6.
Cool. You're not
Yes.
really able to ascertain much beyond this feeling that's not necessarily articulate, but you just get the sense like it's sort of just a you need to get out of here. Um, and as you sort of sit up and look around, you get a better view of the room. So you are in, it's like its own deck. To your right, there's just this line of bars going down. That's the room's not necessarily split in half. Like the cells are a little bit smaller, and you see 3 cells. They're decently large, each with their own locked door, but the doors have no locks. Like the doors are just shut, but you can make out where the doors are. And you see the little goblin girl in the cell farthest from the ladder. Actually, no. I have it backwards. She's in the cell closest to the ladder. So she's sort of like slouched in the corner of the cell, like the very, very back corner. Like she's trying to make herself as small as possible. There's a tray of food sitting in front of her that she hasn't touched. And her hair is matted and hanging in her face. She's dry now, but her hair is matted and hanging in her face, and she's just sort of like curled up. And at the sound of your impact and you looking over at her, she presses back and like scuttles, to like she's flattening herself against the wall.
Mm.
Can you roll me a perception check, please?
Yes, I can. Oh, thank God. That is a 16.
Okay. Is it fair to say you stand up?
Yes.
Okay. So as you stand and you're trying to get a better look at your surroundings, you do notice what's up.
But like Raven would get up, so she's on her feet, but she's still crouched
Mm-hmm.
because she doesn't want to make herself like higher than the goblin girl,
Okay.
like so that she's looking down at her.
Okay. So you sort of stay crouched as you're by this ladder, and you notice sort of around, like, this room is very nice. Like, it's a ship. It's well put together. It does seem a little bit worn, but that's more from use than just not caring about it. But there are marks on the floor in some places and on the wall in some places that some of them look like burn marks and some like scratch marks. Gouged pretty deep, but they're small enough where it's like spaced out and it's just sort of in random places. And you do see one particularly bad burn on the cell that's all the way down. And then, of course, there's the goblin girl in the cell next to you. So this is, like, sort of your layout. You have the 3 cells. The only one currently occupied is the one with the girl in it. All 3 doors on these cells are closed. And the bars are, like, the same gold as that symbol that you saw on the hatch above you.
Mm.
And then you see these marks sort of everywhere. But, like, especially on your side of the bars.
Could I... Raven, I think, is going to try to speak to the goblin girl first.
Okay.
I don't remember if they had any other like interactions before when she was in the water. I don't think so.
No.
So Raven is just gonna be like, "Are you okay? I'm a friend." Right? She has like her hands up, she's trying to like try to show that she's like not of any danger.
Okay.
She's kind of like, "What's your name? Are you okay?"
She sort of like she just looks like terrified. And Tide and
Mm.
Faustus, what are y'all doing? Raven just fell from the heavens, like down into into
What's
this match.
what's Chad's reaction to her falling down in?
Chad is
You go
losing.
back down in after her.
Chad's losing his mind right now. He's sort of like doing this panicked like hop in place, like
Is he out of the chamber?
He is, yeah.
I'm gonna walk up and I'm just gonna like plant 2 hands on his shoulders and get right up in his face and say, "Look, Chad, this is where we are now. But guess what? You don't get in trouble if Casper doesn't know." And I just do one of these, and then I lock it, and then I throw away the key, and I go down the ladder.
Okay. You. Alright. Okay, so Tide, what are you gonna do then?
So I kind of walk up next to him after Faustus gives his little pep talk, and I just say, like, I put my arm on his bicep again. I say, "Hey, at this point, we're all in this. Let's go." And I kind of walk over and start to slide down the ladder.
Okay. All right. You slide down the ladder as well. And the two of you feel that same feeling that I described for Raven. This sort of just internal, like, you don't belong here. Can both of you do it's insight, because I forgot insight and wisdom are like besties. So can you just both do insight for me?
26.
26?
19.
And 19. Okay. You sort of take a moment to try and identify this feeling because it shoves its way into your psyche. And as you sort of identify it more, it becomes clearer. It's like your internal monologue that most people have. Most people, not all people, but most people. They have like a running internal monologue. It has changed subconsciously, and now that you're like trying to identify this feeling, you notice it specifically. Just get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. And you feeling those sort of the goosebumps and your hair raising, and it's this sort of prickling static beneath your skin. It is not pleasant. Every part of you wants to get out. But you're able to take in the scenery as well as Raven did. Both of you do perception for me, please.
Oh, yes.
20.
That's good.
Nice.
That's real good. That's a 24 for Faustus.
All right. You both also notice the burn marks and the claw marks in the wood. And so, like I said, 3 cells, all the doors are shut, and the goblin girl is in the one closest to the ladder. And you see Raven, like, crouched in front of the cell, like, trying to communicate with her. So, Raven, you've just asked her, like, are you okay? What else did you say? It was just, are you okay?
Like, what's your name?
Okay. None of you speak Goblin. So she's like pressed up against the wall, like sort of like a caged animal. That's not the comparison I want to make, but that's what happened. And she is sort of murmuring things in Goblin, and it's a lot less harsh coming from her than it was the other goblins. But then she sort of stops, and Raven, she fixes you with these wide blue eyes, and she goes, I don't have a name.
Like a quiet sadness fills Raven at that realization as this like little frail goblin person rumbled up as much common as she could to like express that. And Raven just sort of looks back at Faustus and Faustus and Tide.
Fourth wall! Oh no! It's the dream is collapsing.
I'm sorry. Broke the fourth wall a little bit. Too meta. Reel it back in. She looks back at Tide and Faustus, and kind of gives them a look of like, well, like, what do we do? Like, should like, but it's also like this determination of like we need to get her out of here. Um, and can so with like the tingly feeling,
Mm-hmm.
um, can Raven do anything to figure out like if it's because of magic? Like,
You can do an Arcana check for me.
okay, I will happily.
Can we hear what the goblin said?
Yeah. This is yeah.
Okay.
She's not.
22.
She's not whispering. Okay. So Okay. So Faustus and Tide, you heard this exchange. I just want to clarify that. Um.
Mhm.
Raven, you sort of are listening, trying to parse through your memory of just things that you've learned and things like that to see if you can learn more about this. You do sort of remember that, like, this could be caused by a number of things. It doesn't seem to be like. How do I put this? It's like magically pre-recorded. Let's put it like that. Like, not necessarily a recording is playing in your mind, but it doesn't feel like there's a live person like shaking you by the shoulders. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of an effect versus something active that's being done to you. So it does kind of narrow it down. You could probably identify that it is some sort of spell, but you cannot. It doesn't come to your mind exactly what might be specifically doing this. Can all three of you do a Constitution saving throw, please? Oh no! I look away and I
Yeah.
look back at your faces and your heads. Oh no!
Why am I
20
so bad at these?
23.
23,
Raven just has no grace ever. It's a 5.
23, a 5, and
8.
an 8. Cool. Tide, this is not going to apply to you. Faustus and Raven, however. Well, this is going to apply to all three of you, but Tide, it's going to apply differently. So just hang in there for a second. So
Macaroni buddy.
Mac, it was the pasta. You've been cursed.
We're too full.
Faustus and Raven, that sort of feeling that's been lingering gets worse and worse and worse, to the point where your active thoughts are being drowned out by this: leave this place, get out, you need to leave, you need to leave. And it's like your voice, like your subconscious telling you this. And that prickling rises and it rises, and then it starts to get painful, very painful, excruciating even. And you're just overcome with what feels, it's like being electrocuted without the active lightning. All of the muscle seizing and just burning pain within you, and it hurts. Tide, you feel the same worsening within you. This desperate, like, you need to get out of here sort of feeling. And you feel this pain, like your body is seizing up against your will, but you're able to sort of like push back on it. Like, you recognize it's sort of like your brain spasming, and you're able to push back on the feeling. But you see Faustus and Raven are just like in excruciating pain. And I should mention as well, this sort of monologue, this running, like, you need to get out of here, is still going in all three of your heads. And Tide, you'll see this because the other two are currently occupied. The little goblin girl kind of stumbles up to the bars of the cell, and she's looking like she's got like her head tilted, and she tilts it the other way, and in sort of broken common, she's like, "Hurt? They're are they okay?"
Tide, not really feeling the full pain of it, turns to Faustus and Raven, and just says, "What? Are you guys okay? Can you hear that?"
What's
He's
our
like,
state? Like, we're in pain. We hear this repetitious thought. Are we able to move or do anything?
You are able to move. It's like you're not incapacitated, right? Like you're not just completely like everything taken out of the game. But it's like harder to move, harder to speak. It's literally like your body is having a panic attack, but your mind isn't. You have your faculties, but it's
Fun.
difficult.
Sounds familiar.
Right?
You said we noticed around the room when we saw scorch marks, we saw scratch marks, we also saw symbols on walls and floors.
The symbols on the hatch. It's just the scorch marks and these like gouges
Oh,
in
okay.
wood. Yeah.
Okay. I thought I'd heard something about like symbols on the walls or something. Okay.
Raven.
Probably gonna leave then, I would imagine.
Okay.
If there's not an immediate visible thing that can
Hmm.
be done to try to stop the effect from happening, then probably just leave.
You don't see anything, no.
Depending on how severe it is, because to a certain extent, if he can, Faustus would push through it, but it just depends on, with a failed save, what he's actually able to do.
Okay, so let's come back to that. Raven, what were you gonna say?
I was hoping to at least still investigate whether or not there's like any way in and out of the cell to get the goblin out.
Okay. You do see that there is a door, but it appears like it's
Mhm.
shut. There's a like distinct door in the cell. And that's if you would like to investigate further you may, but first I will let you well, not the three of you, because Tide, you're fine. Faustus and Raven, make me one more saving throw, please. Constitution.
Oh.
Trash. Garbage nonsense.
Oh
6.
no. Oh no.
An
Bad
11.
Both of you try to sort of like wrestle your mental resources to push back against this. It gets worse.
Yay.
Yeah, and Faustus, to answer what you had said earlier, you do not visibly see anything in this room that might help with this. It's you're able to move, speak, and things like that, but it like I said earlier, it's like having a panic attack with your brain's not in it. Tide, you are feeling this, just not as intense. Like the pain part of it hasn't really set in, but you can sort of feel it like on the horizon. Raven, you can roll me an investigation check with disadvantage if you would like to look. It's going to be with disadvantage because you can't really focus right now, but if you would like to look at the cell further, you may.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do it. Investigation. Oh, there was a nat 20.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yikes.
8.
All right. You get a good look at the cell, but you're squinting in pain, and it's just hard to make out any further details besides the fact that you see the door. You do notice, though, there is no visible padlock. I don't know if I said that already.
Okay.
But you do notice there's no visible padlock, and there's no, like, visible keyhole. It's like you see the strip of metal where there would be one, but it's not there. The door just seems to be locked.
When we saw the cells, are they completely empty, or do they have like the typical like a cot or something in them, like a jail cell, like a Skyrim-esque jail cell? Or are they bare, empty cells?
There's the one at the furthest end is completely bare empty. There's nothing in it. And then the two, like the middle and the right cell, both have a cot in it with a pillow and like ratty blankets. And then the cell with the little goblin girl has like a tray of food in it. But the other one's just, the other two are empty. There's furniture in the middle cell, and the other one is completely empty.
So I think Faustus's instinct is pain. Drops to his knees, hand to the head. other hand goes flat to the floor, and Lilith crawls out of his sleeve and goes into the goblin's between the bars into the goblin's cell. And then Faustus would stumble out of the room and go back up the ladder.
Okay.
So he doesn't want to be in there anymore.
Lilith, you see Lilith through like your eyes are starting to like tear up now, like as a reaction to the pain, and you see her through like a gaze like kind of fractured by your tears. Like she slithers up to the cell, and as she goes to slip between the bars, she disappears. And you feel that tug on her soul, on your soul, that tells you she's been banished.
Well, I leave.
All right.
Nothing for it.
Faustus, you start climbing up the ladder. This is not a particularly tall ladder, so you're not going to need to do any like checks or anything crazy. Raven, what are you doing? Tide, you as well.
Raven kind of like now is like gripping or like trying to hug herself like as an instinctual thing, but looks at the goblin is just like, we're going to get you out of here. She says that to the goblin and also makes her way out of the hatch.
All right. Tide, are you also going to leave, or are you?
Not yet. So Tide kind of looks over his shoulder, sees the two are clearly in pain, but doesn't really understand it because he's not feeling the severity of it.
Yes.
And he doesn't scoff, but he's just like, and he kind of turns to the goblin girl and says, and asks, "Do you feel that? Are you in pain?"
No.
He kind of looks up and he goes, "What?"
And you see her trying to like formulate her words. There, when they brought down one of men hurt, screaming, and she sort of like gestures like at the ladder, like trying to, yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm tired. We're gonna help you out, but you gotta give us some time. Try to eat some food.
Thank you, Tide. And she sort of drags out the Y.
And Tide turns around and kind of looks up the ladder to see if he can see either Raven, Faustus, or Chad at this point.
You can certainly hear Chad. Because Chad, we're gonna go up to Faustus and Raven in a second, but Chad is having a hissy fit right now. You can see their feet sort of around the hatch. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna climb up and see, make sure that Raven and Faustus are okay and see if I can talk Chad down a little bit.
Okay. So you climb up to join them as well. Raven and Faustus, as soon as you pass, Tide as well, but you're after them. As soon as you pass through the hatch and you are above the hatch, all of that instantly like goes away. You are fine. Chad is appalled by your actions. He's like clutching his metaphorical pearls. He's like, okay, first I was going to go down to save you, and Raven, he points at you. But you listen, I am all for not getting in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. Being in trouble is not fun. No one wants to be in trouble, especially with Casper, because he's very scary when he's angry. However, that does not mean that we go down and then this happens. Like, do you see why I was trying to not have this happen? Now,
Faustus is doing a little bit of this. And then he just sighs and deadpans and looks up at Chad and he goes, "Chad, elaborate on very scary when he's angry, if you would. We're new to the crew. It'd be good for us to know our captain a little better."
He just has a temper, that's all.
Raven looks directly at Chad
Mm-hmm.
and is just like, why is she down there in a cell?
I Chad like puts his hands up. He's like, "Listen, I don't know. Um, we tend to just bring dangerous individuals down there. I don't know. I didn't put her down there. Like I tried to tell you earlier, if you just talk to Casper, you could probably get a lot less painful answers than going in places you shouldn't be going in, so that we don't get in trouble."
Well, sometimes people can't give information because they're too stupid. Sometimes they can't give information because they're too smart. I think Casper is the latter variety. And he doesn't say it, but probably Raven, given her sort of penchant for snark, would catch that Chad can't give any good information because he's not very bright, is what Faustus is not directly saying, but he's
Yeah.
making a comment on Casper, but making sort of an indirect comment on Chad, counting on the fact that Chad's probably legitimately not bright enough to get it.
Over his head. Completely.
Yep. Yep.
Doesn't even phase him. And he's like, listen, just I don't know what to tell you. Okay, you got lucky. You're both here in one piece. Don't do that again.
Why?
Because you'll get hurt. What do you mean why?
Tell me everything you know about that cell.
Can
Why did we
you
feel like that?
can you roll me intimidation?
Yes, I was hoping.
Yes.
Uh, well,
Be possible
Um,
for Faustus to offer help just standing slightly behind Raven's shoulder with his black eyes, just
Faustus,
deadpanning?
Faustus, roll for yourself.
All right. Where are we at? It's not great.
Okay, what's the number? What's the number?
It is a 6. I think the sort of like cocked head and like half cocked grin that sort of just like fixed on Faustus's face undermines the intimidation.
It's a little more endearing than scary. Put it like that. Chad sort of looks between the two of you. He's like, all I can tell you, I mean, I don't know much myself. Listen, we put bad people down there. Good people aren't meant to go down there. Only very specific people should go down there, which is why we asked Casper.
Head still cocked. Faustus says, "Why is Casper the only one who decides who's good and bad?"
Well, he's the captain.
So Tide kind of steps in between Raven and Faustus and Chad, thinking you can get more flies with honey.
Nice.
And again, kind of like reaches out and like touches more of like his like elbow, forearm type of area.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, Chad, knowing what we went through, did you feel that way when you went down?
I mean, no, no.
Why? You're not a bad person.
Can you roll me persuasion?
I would love nothing more. Nat 20.
Nice.
oh shit!
Hell yeah!
The Chad looks at your hand on his arm, and then he looks up at you, all like you're all earnest, and he's visibly nervous. But you see him sort of like just his shoulders slump a little bit, and he goes, "Listen, I don't know much myself, but Casper, he told me when I joined this crew a few years ago that as long as he was around, that he would protect us from pain, that to the best of his ability, he would keep us safe." And he just said that as long as he could watch over us, that he would. And, well, he told us he only lets some of us go down there, and he said that only those people are allowed down there. And I don't know much more than that. I just know that he's been protecting us, I guess. And when I go down there, it's very rare. I don't go down there much, but when I do, it's weird, but it doesn't hurt like them. I just know that when it hurts, that means you're not supposed to be there, which is what I was trying to warn you about.
I kind of shoot a glance over at Raven and Faustus, like, we need to talk about this. But then kind of
Faustus
look.
starts taking slow steps forward past Tide
Mm-hmm.
and just like awkwardly close talking and just sort of cocks his head and looks at Chad and says, "You said if Casper tells you someone's bad, that you put them in a cell. If Casper told you I was bad, would you put me in a cell?"
Chad tenses up and he goes, "Listen, I please don't make this about us. I think you guys are so cool. Like, it's been so long since we've gotten to go on a real adventure. And I really like you guys. It's just that he's my captain. And my life for his. If Casper told me that you were bad and you were bad, then yeah, I would. He saved my life, and I will do whatever he asks me."
Tide kind of nods, like silently, um, seemingly empathizing with Chad,
Mm-hmm.
and just says, "Speaking of Casper, we got work to do. Let's keep it moving."
I don't want you all to get the wrong idea. And he like fixes all of you with like he's not, for all of his nervousness that he usually has, he's speaking pretty smoothly now. He fixes all of you with a very serious look and he goes, I don't want you to get the wrong idea, okay? I really like you guys. You're cool, you're fun. Haven't had this much fun in a very long time. But it's not about who I trust and who I don't trust. It's about the Casper's all I have, okay? And as cool as you guys are, I'm going to defend the one that saved me. So if I'm just trying to help. If you want to know more about this so badly, I don't see why he wouldn't tell you. Just talk to him. But just don't do this anymore. I and he kind of looks at you a little bit longer than he looks at everybody else and he just says, I don't want to see you guys hurt.
Dad,
Yeah?
is she's not affected by whatever made us hurt, right? Is that
I
because
don't know.
Casper is protecting her?
I think so. I mean, that makes sense with what he told me. I guess.
Without breaking the look, Faustus just says in response to Raven, "I imagine the effect does not extend to the cells.
Mm.
It wouldn't make much sense to compel the people you're imprisoning to want to leave, would it?" And then I look over at where Tide has put his hand gently on on Chad's arm, and Faustus makes a terrible attempt, a sort of horrific and disturbing attempt to imitate that, and just like too hard and too crookedly grasps the elbow, and just looks at Chad and says, "You're very," and he leaves like a bit of a pause and he's searching for what he says, "Noble,
I love
Chad,"
this.
and then he just walks out. And obviously, from Faustus, nobility is sort of an insult, but Chad probably doesn't know that.
Chad
So
wouldn't know
Faustus
that.
just leaves the room.
Uh,
First of all, nobody wants to be held by the elbow, okay? That is like the worst place to hold any. Like, if I'm standing here and I'm talking to you and you want to be comforting, this is fine. This is alright. Hold the hand. If you cup the elbow, that is the worst possible approach. And Chad is just horrified by this. And you can see
Right.
him trying to be polite. but you do this. You say he's noble, and he sort of smiles. And he goes, "Thanks, I try."
Raven, in a subtle way to both comfort Chad, but also is slightly jaded towards Chad because of his blind loyalty towards Casper,
Mm-hmm.
is like, I think that Faustus truly meant that. It
Um.
goes to and like looks at Tide to be like, are we gonna go and talk about this now? And
Okay.
just goes away.
You see Chad sort of like brighten a little bit when you say that, and he's like, "Well, thank you. Um, I just want to be more like him, I guess." Um, and you leave. Tide, what are you doing?
Hyde shoots both of them a glare, knowing exactly what they're doing, and saying, like, you motherfuckers. And then kind of looks at Chad and he's like, well, I said I'd help you. Let's get to work.
All right.
And hands him the clipboard back.
Nice. Okay, so we'll come back to the two of you then. He's gonna lead you to the next task. Faustus and Raven, you have not seen Renori in a while. You also have not seen Casper in a while. Where you last left them,
Raven has been assuming that they were fucking. Just
that's fair.
gonna put that out there.
I don't blame you. Okay, well, you last left them in the crow's nest. But so you, just like reaffirming your general awareness of where everybody is. So just the two of you. Tide does not follow you. He stays with Chad. What are we doing, lads?
I didn't like that at all.
Neither did I.
I can't help but feel some small degree of regret for hopping aboard this boat so quickly without getting to know Casper a little better first. I don't trust him yet. I trust him a lot less after being down there.
I mean,
what about you?
I kind of had no other choice but to be on this boat.
Yes, that's fair. I guess I can't be too hard on myself. I didn't have much of a choice either.
But should we confront Casper, see what his reaction is? Hopefully.
Oh, I don't know about that. I find direct confrontation is rarely worthwhile unless you're willing to drop blades if it goes poorly. I'm not sure we're there yet. But I don't like her being locked down there. She was in chains when we found her. We have no reason to think that she's a danger to us. She goes straight to the brig.
Obviously a prisoner. I just
unless neck manacles are just goblin fashion. I don't know what is typical of nautical hobgoblin and goblin ships. That might be, who knows. But I have my doubts, and I don't know that I'm concerned that talking to Casper's not going to do us a whole lot of good either, because we've tried to talk to him about several things, and he seems a bit dodgy with sharing information.
He seems more intimidated when we approach him in numbers, though.
You're just gonna jump in.
Yes. Yes, that's good. That's very good. Well, Renori seems rather enamored with him, so that might create some complications.
But who else should we ask? Perhaps Boomstick might know something, but where do her loyalties lie?
I would imagine the loyalties of everyone on this ship likely lie with Casper. With the exception, perhaps, of the four most recent editions, and I just gesture to myself, but I'm feeling increasingly outnumbered. It's all right. I do some of my best work with my back to the wall.
Same. See, the person that I would want to go to is Renori. She seems the most knowledgeable out of all of us. She mightn't have an idea of what the rune is or why we felt the way we did.
Wish I'd stayed at that wizard school a little bit longer. I might have been able
You were
to.
enrolled in a wizard. Never
Hmm?
mind. This is not pertinent.
What?
Raven looks down at herself, realizing that she really hasn't done anything about her wounds in terms of like actually healing herself, and she like kind of like from the events that happened in the hatch, she kind of ends up feeling the weight of going into combat, um like the cooking and like everything that's been happening, and she just feels fucking haggard. And so she's like, honestly, I don't even know if I have the energy to scheme further. Um, Not that I'm weak. I just need some rest before I feel like we can continue.
Okay, so I'm gonna just Faustus. Are you on the same sort of track?
I'm fine. I only lost 3 hit
Okay.
points.
All
I only
right.
used one spell slot. But yeah, sure.
Okay, so Raven, is it safe to say you're gonna retire to bed?
Uh, Begrudgingly.
Okay.
She doesn't want
Faustus,
to.
Faustus will go to bed as well. But
Okay.
as per usual, he keeps his dagger on him, especially tonight.
All right. So
He's a little nervous.
for continuity's sake, Chad also suggests like let's leave this for the morning. Tonight's been a lot. Um, and is it or would you also go to bed, Tide, or do you want to do anything else before the night's up?
I want to just, for the sake of it, grab more water to put back in my little flask thingy so it's full again. But I also don't want Chad to see that.
Okay. How are you? I would love to know how you're gonna get water when the water's below you. Are you gonna
Mm.
get in, or how are we gonna get the water to you?
Um, I would do shape
You want to
water
shape
from
water?
once I'm back on the deck, like the
Okay.
top deck.
All right. Cool. Okay. So, gonna.
I'll add to as Casper goes, not Casper. Shoot, oops, on the brain. Faustus, as he goes to bed, he gets into his hammock and he settles down.
Mhm.
He's squirming around uncomfortably. He gets up, goes to his chest, pulls out a second dagger, and tucks it away somewhere else, and then goes and gets back in the hammock and just sort of snuggles down.
Okay. Okay. Uh. Everybody is heading to bed. Yes.
Hmm.
All right, perfect, because we are going to take a quick break. Chat, thank you guys so much for coming out, as always. Please go get some water, get a snack, stretch, do a med check, anything you need to, but we're going to take a few minutes, reset, and come back in a few. So just hang on with us. All right, and we're back. Um, so we're going to pick up in the morning. Since everybody's resting, so make sure it is a long rest. So make sure you recover if you've lost any HP, spell slots, yada yada. Make sure you go through and you do all your stuff. It is the next morning. You all awaken in your various areas where you choose to sleep. And you actually all awaken to a pleasant yet insistent ringing. And it sort of wafts by your ears, like in your general periphery, and then gets a little bit louder and more insistent. Uh, Breakfast bell. Um, Renora, you hear this as well, but it is a little quieter.
Mm-hmm.
How we feeling about breakfast, homies?
I'm all about it. Most important meal of the day.
So true.
Yeah, well, now I just want breakfast food.
Mm.
I'm gonna wake up because Renori is a relatively light sleeper, especially after she's already taken her trance.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna like kick gently, like at Casper's calves.
Okay, so Casper's got one arm like loosely draped over you, and your legs are sort of like tangled together. And as he's like breathing gently, he hasn't woken up. As he's breathing gently, like you see this one piece of hair, he just keeps going like whoop 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 in his face. And you start nudging at his shins. And he sort of like does some sleepy murmuring and he shifts a little, but he doesn't wake up.
I think she.
Did you freeze?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
you froze.
okay.
You're
You're
back,
back.
though.
Cool. So you, I just repeat what I said. So, you're all laying together. Casper's got his arm sort of draped over you. And when you start nudging his leg, he does like some sleepy murmuring and he sort of shifts a little bit, but he doesn't wake up.
Okay, so I change from like nudges to kind of kicking, like
Okay.
as gentle as a kick can be,
Mm-hmm.
but still significantly more forceful than a nudge.
Okay. He whines and he sort of like rolls over on his back. And he's like, stop it. Sleepy time.
It's literally the breakfast bell.
The sleepy time. He just says it again. And he, sort of like starts to try and roll over again and curl up.
Literally the last time you ignored a meal bell, Fishhook dragged you in by your hair.
At the mention of Fishhook, he sort of snaps awake and he's like, fuck, you're right. And he's like, well, come on. And he's like rubbing his eyes and sort of like stretching a little bit. He's like, let's go. I assume you get up.
Oh yeah, she jumps out of bed
Okay.
right away. Definitely hungry.
He follows after you. You notice something cursed. He did not take off the boots when y'all went to bed. He's still wearing them, and he sort of does his little stretches. And he's like, well, and he extends a hand to you, Renori.
It's a very funky biome in those shoes, for sure.
Ew, God.
I hate the word biome. Okay, so she'll say, we're gonna talk the fact that you never take your boots off some other time, because it's way too early. And then she'll just go along. Yeah.
He just sort of laughs it off. He doesn't make any further comment on what you said. Faustus, Raven, and Tide, breakfast bell. Are we heading to breakfast?
Raven goes to find Faustus and Tide first.
Okay. Tide and Faustus, you both slept in your hammocks, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tide wakes up, like his eyes open. He starts like fiddling with his necklace and kind of turns around enough to try to see where Chad is to see
Mm-hmm.
if Chad's gotten up.
Uh, you see, you see Chad, like, so he sleeps up against the wall on one of the mats. You see him, like, he's just passed out, face down on the mat. Like, his shirt's, like, ridden up, and he's sleep. Um, he's got, like, a foot hanging off of it, and, like, he's having it. There's an event happening in Chadland right now. Um,
Um, Tide is gonna kind of like groan and sit up to the edge of his hammock and kind of hop down, slip some shoes on, and walk over to where Chad is
okay.
laying down.
He's face down in the mat. He's like snoring quietly.
Tide thinks for a minute, looks at his satchel, thinks again, and then kind of opens it and just gets enough water out using shape water to splash Chad a little bit.
Okay. Um so all right. So the water hits his back and he like it's sort of like does like he like curls backwards and he like his breath like catches like so it's like a weird like with snort almost and he flips over he's like on his elbows and he's looking at you very alarmed. He's like, I'm awake. Oh, it's you.
Hey, want to go get some breakfast now that you're awake?
Yes. Sure, yeah. And he like stands up. Breakfast is right there. Like there's no real division between the crew quarters and the galley. Like it's just there. Um so you two are able to make your way there. Raven, you would probably be coming down as they're going this way. Faustus, are you getting up? Like you see this happen. This is pretty plain view.
Faustus hears the breakfast bell ring, and his hammock does like a twirl as he rolls out of it, draws both daggers, and there's this frantic sort of bumping of cloth underneath his coat until Lilith finds her way out of like the neck hole and like the wings come out and she's like like a cobra. And he's just like sitting there, he's like panting for a second. That bell's gonna take some getting used to.
Um One of the crew members near you sort of like chuckles like sympathetically like it took me a while too. Um but you do see everybody sort of making their way. So Raven, you're coming down and you see Tide and Chad. Like there's an intersection about to happen here. Faustus, you're also heading in this direction, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. We all convene at breakfast. The menu today, because there's always a menu, is a Fishhook's made like pancakes, and he's made eggs, and there's like various. He set out plates. Okay, has any of you? This is a very weird and backstory specific question. Would any of you, for any reason, have never had eggs?
Tide doesn't like eggs.
Noted. I
I would not have had them.
okay.
Renori would not have had eggs.
Raven and Faustus. I mean, it's like
No, Raven's had eggs.
Raven's had eggs.
She's
Totally had
stolen plenty of eggs out of a nest.
Okay, so there's plates set out. Okay, Raven and Faustus, you see pan. There's like a plate of pancakes and then a smaller plate of eggs. However, your character likes them. Seasoned to perfection, just smelling wonderful on the pancake. Not on the pancake. Sorry. There's like little dishes of fruit around the pancakes, like for everybody. full of like a small helping of fresh fruits, and there's like different kinds in the little dishes, and a little like a very small like a shot bottle of syrup, kind of like
Like the
arranged.
Cracker Barrel bottles.
Yeah, exactly. And then Renori, you have the same sort of setup with the pancakes, but there's no eggs. And then Tide, same. There's no eggs for you as well. And there's the same sort of setup that had happened at dinner, where it would like the order seems to be have determined. There's a seating chart, I guess. And everybody sort of makes their way, and there's like you hear like astounded gasping and like excited murmuring as people sort of make their way to seats. You all take your seat, I assume.
Is Chad's seat next to me?
Chad's seat is not next to you. No, Chad's sort of at the end of one of the tables. Not sorry. There's like one table. He's at like near the end. You do see his dwarf friend and Adrian are sitting to his left, and there is this open spot at his right where there's no pancakes. If you'd like to sit next to him.
No, I think Tide's gonna play it cool and
Ooh.
kind of look over and try to like make eye contact with Chad, but make it very clear that he's sitting next to everybody else, Brenori, Faustus, and Raven.
Adventurers.
This is the
When
cool
as
kids.
Faustus sits down, he pushes his hair back and mage hands a raw egg from the kitchen over to Lilith, and her jaw unhinges and she swallows the egg whole like snakes do.
You know what? That's actually better than what I thought you were going to say, because I thought you were going to say he cracks the egg in his hair. So I'm okay with Lilith.
Nice.
Right, like just doing a quick old egg wash, you know.
No. Oh God.
I was just so
Oh.
horrified. Okay,
No.
Lilith just
No.
kind of and eats the egg. God, I can't get the mental image of the shampoo egg out of my head now.
Oh my God. Big Ed, but instead of mayo, it's raw egg.
Stop. Stop
Sarah, that reference.
Stop it.
Can't believe we just brought Big Ed into this.
Not canon.
The adventurers, the cool kids club area of the table, you all see Fishhook sort of milling about, and he's like checking in with people, like a manager would at a restaurant, like everything okay, enjoying your meal, whatever. Renori and Casper are the last to come in. They enter together, and take their seats at the far. They're sort of like in the order they end up at the farthest right end of the table, and they sit. Everybody, as soon as Casper, it's not really because of Renori, it's because Casper. Everybody, as soon as Casper comes in, everybody sits. As is, you've noticed the custom with these meals. And breakfast goes relatively smoothly. If you would like to talk to anybody specifically, you can. But otherwise, I'm just going to fast forward through breakfast.
How far away are, like, where are we sitting in relation to Casper and Renori?
Casper's
in the same places as dinner?
So, yeah, it's the same place as a dinner. Like, this is like a picnic table, so it's like you sit on the bench, and the bench is connected to the table. Casper's at the farthest right side, because there's no real head at the table. So it's Casper, then Renori, and then, I believe, Raven, it's you. Faustus, are you sitting, or are you doing your hovering thing?
I'm sitting. And I'm sitting because specifically Faustus sits down before Casper gets there.
Oh. Everybody...
He wants to see what will happen.
Everybody sort of stares at you. A few people, like, are...
Hey, sometimes you gotta stir the shit to see how much it stinks, you know?
A few people look confused, and some of them look a little annoyed. And the same crew member who was sort of sympathetic to you this morning kind of, like, gestures for your attention. Just, it's a thing that we do. Just stand up until he gets here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't given the orientation, I suppose. I stand back up. And I just sort of lean over to the guy because he was sympathetic and kind of indicated to us, like, why?
Uh, sort of a ritual thing. I mean, not ritual isn't scary. Like that's a big word, but it's just something we've always done. It's like respect. He's pretty
Mm.
compared to my last gigs. He's pretty like laid back and calm. It's the least we can do.
Yeah, most of the laid back people I know make everybody wait for them to sit down first. That tracks. Thanks.
um, the guy sort of like he laughs a little bit. The snark. He's like, he ain't making us. We do it for appreciation's sake. It's a little hard on the knees, but it it's worth
of course,
it.
Of course.
Wait, question. So the cap is, am I sitting in between Faustus and Raven?
No.
Or am I on one side of the two?
Faustus and Raven are sitting together. You would be next to Faustus.
Okay.
Yeah. We sort of jumbled the seats a little bit.
When Renori and Casper walk in together, like very obviously coming together, I kind of like dart I look over to my right to Faustus and Raven to just be like, yep, there it is.
Everybody sort of so as Renori and Casper enter, Casper's still like kind of rubbing sleep from his eyes. You can see it. And Fishhook claps him on the back as he's walking by, just a little too hard, like just to make him jump a little bit. And Casper does like a sleepy wave at everybody, and then he sits, and then everybody sits, and the meal commences. Did, like I asked earlier, does anybody want to do anything specific during breakfast, or can I skip through breakfast?
I want to ask one question to Fishhook.
Sure.
So Tide kind of calls Fishhook over, like waves him down. And just kind of looks at him. He's like, I don't like eggs. And where I'm sitting, there's no eggs. How did you know? And is there like a seating order? Like, can I sit wherever I want?
Oh, you can sit. This is a free ship. Sit where you please. I just sort of sit the meals out to make sure I can tell, who's here, who's not. But sit where you want, please, by all means. And as for the eggs thing, he kind of leans closer a little bit and he goes, "It's a trade secret." And he does like a hearty little laugh and sort of like pats your shoulder. Anybody else have anything they want to do? No.
I don't. No, there's nothing that Raven could like feasibly do. I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. I mean, like, it's not like you're not gonna have time to talk to each other. I'm just asking in general. Okay, so breakfast passes. Renori, because you're next to Casper, I mean, pretty much all of you are able to see it, but Renori, you get the best view that Casper's got a little decorated breakfast, like, aside from everybody else's. So it's the same, like, little parrot design on the pancakes, and he's got, in the little dishes, he's just got apples, like an absurd amount of apples, and then one dish of strawberries. And he's sort of like taking them and arranging them and things like that. And everybody digs in. Breakfast is amazing. You're starting to see a trend with really good food. And as everybody sort of finishes up their meals, everybody sort of begins to filter out. Is anybody particularly interested in leaving or staying, or are we all progressing sort of at the same pace?
Probably same. I think Faustus is just always kind of like keeping an eye on what everyone else is doing and kind of playing along for the most part now at this point. He's kind of trying to, before he was like standing in the corner and being kind of outside of what was happening, and now kind of seeing that there's a certain way things function, he's trying to play along so he can understand it better. is what he's trying to do. So he's very obviously like watching what everyone's doing and just like kind of uncomfortably just observing everything, trying to absorb as much information as he can.
Okay. You do notice that there's sort of a trend that's happening now, where everybody else filters out, and it's sort of like Casper's one of the last people out. And he's like finishing up his meal. He's pretty much cleared out everything, and Fishhook's going around and like picking up dishes and stuff, but like he's been doing it gradually, so there's not really anything left on the table as he goes. And Casper, after
He knows how to pre-bus. He's a good kitchen manager.
He's a great manager. He's got experience. Casper, as he finishes up, he sort of like stands, he does a little stretch and goes, well, breakfast. Suppose I'm as awake as I'm going to be for the day. We've got quite the busy agenda. Well, me, not you. Not to say you don't have anything to do, just that I have things to do. If you need to find me, I'll likely be at the helm for most of the day, or just milling about. Just come find me. And he sort of starts to make his way out, and he's stretching. And Renori, he gives you like a little nod as he goes to leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna, for like, I don't know how long, at least for a little bit, I'm gonna stay where I am, because I don't necessarily want to go back out on the deck and be and just like pull out, unfasten one of my holsters and pull out one of my spell books and just kind of start reading through it.
Okay. Faustus, Tide, Raven, are you all gonna make your way up, or you want to sit and chill out? What are you doing?
Tide is going to catch up with Chad.
Okay. Faustus
is gonna bust his own dishes with his mage hand, just sort of like lift the dishes up and put them in the kitchen. And he just sort of turns around like on the bench or chair or whatever and just sort of leans on like an arm back kind of casually on the table and looks over at Renori and just like waits to try to catch her eye.
I don't find, like, Renori does not find Faustus like approach subtle at all. And so without like even looking up at him, she goes, so not even looking.
Hey Renori,
Yes.
we missed you last night. We had quite the time looking for holes in the ship.
Did you?
Yes. Very interesting.
And what did you find?
All sorts of things. You really had to be there.
Probably not. I don't think you'd bring it up if I had to be there. You sound like you want to tell me.
Oh no, I'm more curious. Curious what you got up to.
A whole lot of sleeping, actually.
Did you say? Sorry, I couldn't catch. Did you say a whole lot of this? Did you say a lot of the same thing?
No, a whole lot of sleeping, actually.
Sleeping. Oh, that's good. And he just stands up and leaves.
I love this. This is so awkward. Okay. You go to leave as well. Raven, what are you doing? You're muted.
When you try to be courteous and then it ends up backfiring.
It'd be like that.
Ravens watch that entire exchange, like slowly feeling anxiety sweats in her armpit because she's just like, I don't know what to do. And so, but like the entire time she's like cold poker face, just taking notes in her grimoire journal thing, um, about like the hatch, like things that she was feeling, just so that she can like note to see if she can learn anything more about it later. She could like write it in there. Um, and she kind of folds her arms when Faustus leaves and is like obviously mulling something over in her mind. Um, and she kind of looks at Renori, um, and just understanding that Renori is probably the most direct out of the four of us, kind of just looks at her and goes, "Do you trust everybody on the boat yet?"
So Renori will afford Raven what she did not give to Faustus and actually like close her book and set it down and like make eye contact with her.
Mhm.
And she'll pause for a moment, thoughtfully thinking over the question. No, not at all.
Has anyone given you any reason not to trust them?
A specific reason other than existing? Not particularly. Um, Faustus icks me out, but I think he does that on purpose, so I don't take it to heart too terribly. But a specific reason not to trust anyone? No, I just don't trust people.
Mm. Uh, Raven kind of closes her book, um, and goes, "I would be cautious still. Your caution is good." And she kind of like gets up and leaves, to try to catch up with Faustus.
Okay.
Uh,
Renori, if you have a response.
oh no, I mean, Renori will just pick up on the undertone of that comment, or what she perceives to be the undertone of that comment, and just open her book back up, start
Okay.
reading again.
All right. So, who's on top deck right now? Like, who's? I know, Tide's going to find Chad. Chad's going to be on the top deck, so I'm placing you there. Raven and Faustus, are you around there, or are you going somewhere specific?
Up deck, probably.
Okay, Raven.
Um, yeah, Raven is trying to catch up to Faustus. So if he's going in a direction, she's following him.
Okay. As you all come up onto the top deck. Wait, actually, Renori, where are you? Are you still in the galley, or are you? Um.
I'll have taken a few beats after like Raven left with my book open in case, just under the concern that if Raven were to look back or like, just wanting to seem cooler than Renori actually feels on the inside. And then she'll head up to the top deck too, just because knowing everyone else is out there, morbid curiosity does get the better of her.
Okay.
Oh, actually, can I change my mind?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. What was the friggin' what was she? A barbarian? No?
Ripley.
Boomstick?
Rip?
You're talking about Boomstick?
No. I'm talking about Ripley.
Ripley.
Oh my god, yes.
Yes.
The
Okay.
Bullseye employee.
Yeah.
Yes.
Raven goes to find Ripley.
Okay. That's
Forgotten
a.
completely that she was on this boat, dude.
It's only gonna get
I
worse.
saw a note. I know. I saw a note and I was just like, "Oh yeah, Ripley exists."
It's only gonna get worse. You're gonna find NPCs you like and collect them like Pokemon, and then forget they're in your box. It's just gonna happen. I've already accepted it. Um, okay, we're going on a quest
To
for
make a
Ripley.
note that Ripley exists.
So we'll catch up with Raven and Ripley then in a second. Faustus, Renori, and Tide. You guys, Raven, you catch this as well, but it's not really like kind of on the forefront of your mind. But the three of you, um, you get a better view of where you are, because it wasn't really a concern until now. You are in a cove, I suppose. It's just this sleek black rock that comes up and out of the water and sort of above you guys in like almost like a pavilion, but it's got walls. And to the left, there's like sunlight is streaming through from all angles because you have the open side where the ship went in, and then you have these sort of natural windows eroded in the rock um, that like let light filter in, and the water around you is like shallowish, like probably like 6 feet. So you know, if you don't know how to swim, that probably sucks for you, but it like general normal height. Um, and it's just this nice sort of area that up to the right there is a rocky sort of like outcropping, like a little cliff. Um, and you see a tunnel going into the rock, but you can't really see down it. And there's like a little beach right beneath it that sort of like hugs the right wall. Um, and you're just sort of sitting in this little cove with the water lapping against the side of the boat. We're gonna go with Raven and Ripley first. So Ripley is where's Ripley? Ripley is on the top deck. She's up at
Okay.
the bow of the ship, and she's sort of just leaning like back against the railing and like taking like there's a perfect breeze coming from one of these little windows and like past her face, so she's just kind of leaning back on the railing and taking it in, and it's like messing with her hair a little bit. She's like vibing.
Mm. Uh, yeah, Raven approaches her and kind of settles herself next to Ripley, facing in the same direction as her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like, so how have you how are you doing?
Oh, me? I'm alright. I mean, nice breeze.
Mm. Uh, nothing funky with the whole like bullseye thing.
Oh, no. Like I said, the farther we get, the easier it is, and they're not gonna bother me much. Let me reconnect. Yes! Are we good? This
Ah,
stream okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping this one doesn't split the VOD because it wasn't a major crash. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. Um, so the previous question is like how Ripley is liking it on the ship. Um, and
Yeah.
Ripley is she seems like pleasant about it. She's like it was a lot to take in at first. It was kind of disorienting. I mean, you know, complete change of environments, but I it's been so long since I've been on a proper adventure, like years, and it just feels so good to be back.
Okay. Um, sorry. You said that you're not the most familiar with like the magic behind your special connection with your previous employer.
She you say special connection and she sort of like winces a little bit.
Mm.
Um yeah, I mean, I kind of get the gist of it, but I'm not I don't know much about specifics, I guess.
Hmm.
I know how to use it to my advantage, but I couldn't tell you the little nuts and bolts of it.
Okay. Um, can I ask you a favor?
Anything, yeah.
Could you keep an ear out if you hear any of the crew talking about that goblin girl that they um took from the ship that was
Uh,
attacking earlier?
yeah, sure. Is everything okay?
Uh, that is still up for judgment.
I see. And she gets sort of like her face gets like a little bit grave, and she's like, yeah, if I hear anything, I'll let you know.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And she sort of goes back to lounging a little bit, and she's
Mhm.
yes. Um,
Raven leaves
okay,
to
that's
probably meet
fair.
up with Faustus.
Faustus, are you still on top deck?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so you two will find each other. So we'll come back to you in a second. Tide. Um, Chad is back at it with the panic. um, he's a little bit calmer than he was last night. We'll give him some credit, but he's back at it. Sort of like it's not that he's frantic because he doesn't necessarily know what he's doing. You get the sense that he's frantic just because he's just nervous and he he's like got his little clipboard and he's going through it and he keeps like muttering to himself and stuff like that. You are you just you're just walking with him, I assume.
So I kind of like, I've fallen behind him at this point.
Mm-hmm.
He went up before I did. So I kind of like, I'm like light jogging up to him and I kind of go, "Hey, what you doing?"
Yeah, so you know, Captain Repairs. Just going through the rest of that stuff. It's actually not as much as I thought it was last night, which is really good for us. I just want to make sure it gets done, you know? Um, and he sort of like steps a little bit closer. He's like, are you okay?"
Hey, yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, I was just after, and his voice sort of drops like last night. And the other two were hurt, and you didn't seem hurt, but I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
I kind of like, it's like a tap, but it's kind of like a friendly like, yeah. Um,
Hmm.
Tap him. I just go, "Yeah, I'm fine. The other two are fine. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Um, I'm a tough guy. I can handle a lot."
He sort of smiles and he like bumps your shoulder. He's like, "Good, because I need you to help me." And he sort of like holds the clipboard between the two of you, and he's like showing you. I'm not gonna give you all the stuff on the list, but he's like going through the list with you of like standard maintenance checks and then also things he wants to double check to make sure are okay after the last battle. And you Casper walks up to you two, and he seems much more awake than he was at breakfast. Like he seems kind of back to himself. um Renora, you're able to see this happening. So is Raven. So is everybody can see this conversation sort of happening. Like this is, yeah, we're all in a sort of public space. Just want to establish that. So you Casper walks up to you guys and he's sort of like, "Hey, how's the repairs going, Chief of Repairs?" And he like claps Chad on the shoulder and he looks at you friendly, Tide.
Oh, it's my turn. I kind of like look him up and down. Like I was just previously kind of like laughing with Chad,
Mm-hmm.
and when Casper comes up, I stop. I kind of look him up and down. And I go, "They're fine."
um you see him squint a little at that. Uh, and he goes, "Oh, well, okay. Good. I'm glad to hear it, I suppose. Chad, when you're going about repairs and such, just double check everything. But hey, and he sort of like grabs Chad's shoulders a little bit, he shakes him a little bit, like focus. It's like, please don't freak out. Like, I put you in charge because I trust you. It's okay. I could sense your fear from afar. You're not gonna mess it up. And he looks over at you, Tide, and he's like, especially with this one with you. And Chad sort of just does this like and Tide, he sort of like pats you on the shoulder like good naturedly, and he goes to walk past you guys.
So before he walks away, like kind of after the pat, before he walks away, I kind
Mm-hmm.
of join in line with Chad, so I'm facing Casper
Okay.
and kind of like elbow him a little bit, just like we're doing fine.
Uh, okay. Are you trying to get Chad to like reverse psychology, Casper? Is that what's happening?
No, I just want Casper to know that he ain't shit and he never gonna be shit.
All right, damn. And during Pride Month, no less. The girls are fighting. Um, you sort of nudge him. You nudge Chad, and he's sort of like, yeah, yeah, we're fine, with significantly less grace. Um, and Casper looks between the two of you, and he looks troubled. He looks a little bit troubled, and he goes, well, all right, if you're fine, you're fine. Um, and his gaze lingers on Chad for a little bit. He goes, if you need anything, you know where to find me. And he sort of gestures about, and um, he goes to walk away a little bit less unsure in his step. Raven's just like, um, Faustus and Raven. You're able to find each other on the top deck. Actually, Renori, what are you doing? Are you still reading?
I'm on the top deck.
Yeah. You're still reading.
Not. Well, I look like I'm reading. But I am listening
Mm-hmm.
to. Well, was listening to the conversation that just took place. Kind of just like leaning against a pole, flipping through my book mindlessly, and I'm gonna try. I'll keep up that charade just for a little bit longer.
Okay. Then we'll go to Faustus and Raven then, because this is all happening. Like, this is all of the stuff that's happening right now is happening within your view, Renori. So you're gonna probably be able to witness this stuff. Faustus and Raven, you're able to reunite pretty much in the center of the deck. And Casper is walking in your direction.
I kind of quickly.
Captain?
He's not okay. Let me clarify. Sorry, he's not like walking with the intent to approach you. He's just walking your way.
I kind of like quickly whisper in like to Faustus without like turning to him, being like, um, we still don't trust him, yes?
Yes.
Okay, good. Um,
Captain?
Um, Casper does like a little bit of a wave, and he like nods and smiles at the two of you. But he doesn't stop.
he walks past us.
Mhm.
Okay. Um, I turn to Faustus and I'm like, um, Ripley hasn't heard anything, but she is going to keep her ears open.
Okay.
That's very good. Very good.
Mm.
Hadn't thought of Ripley.
Honestly,
GM,
neither had I.
question: would I be able to hear their conversation?
You can see them talking, but you wouldn't be able to hear them. This is like sort of a private aside between friends.
Okay.
But yeah, you can see them sort of having like a hushed conversation with each other. Um, okay, so you all are doing this. This being your varying conversations, and Casper's just walked past Raven and Faustus, and he goes up to Adrian, and Adrian, who is the half elf that has the key ring that was sort of fumbling through it when you guys were getting situated, and he whispers something to Adrian. Casper does, and Adrian hands him this bulky keyring, and Casper like kind of clips it to his belt, and he pats Adrian on the shoulder, and Casper starts making his opposite way back towards the helm.
We met Adrian already?
Yeah, you did. It was like first session. He wasn't really a major character, so I don't
He's the
like.
guy who gave
You're
us
not in
the
trouble.
keys.
He's the guy who gave you the keys for
Right,
the chest.
okay.
Yeah.
So he's the keeper of the keys.
So yeah, you see Casper take this key ring from him and clip it to his belt, and Casper looks like he's making like another roundabout, sort of like back towards the captain's quarters. Um, Chad Chad is pretty much just getting to work, but he's sort of more directing other people to do things versus doing things himself. So if you'd like to stick with him, you may, but it doesn't appear that there's anything particularly interesting to do right now.
So Tide kind of looks over um Chad's shoulders at the clipboard, sees him delegating all the tasks and kind of running around and goes, "Do you need me to help you, or do you want me to stay here?"
And Chad kind of like looks at you fondly, and he's like, "I already told you, you're like a guest of honor. I can take care of this. Don't worry."
I kind of look at him and kind of to the side and go, "Okay, well, if you need me, you
Um,
can always find me."
he smiles a little bit. He's like, "Noted." And he's sort of kind of like he has soccer mom energy right now. Like he's telling people to go and do things. He's like, hey, don't put that down right there. You need to put it somewhere else. Like that sort of like frantic, I'm in charge. And he's going about doing that. Um, Renori, what are you doing?
Well, so I see Casper looking where?
He's heading back towards the captain's quarters.
So I'm gonna jog to like try and catch up with him. This is a question though for you, GM. Would I be able to like, based on like where I was standing and seeing everything, would Renori have a general idea that the move towards Casper is a little less than favorable right now?
Go ahead, roll me insight. I'll tell you what you know.
We waved at him.
That's like that's a 23.
A 25. Okay.
Ah.
23. 20.
On first glance, it appears that everything is fine, but you start dissecting some of the things that have appeared before you. You notice that Raven and Faustus, you sort of like take note of their hushed conversation versus Faustus' captain. Um, you take note of Tide sort of visibly giving Casper the cold shoulder. Um, what gives that away most is Chad's sort of not graceful reaction to like being told to mimic it, sort of. And you sort of you also remember like Casper's, like there's a sort of change in his cadence as he's walking up towards Adrian, like after interacting with Faustus and Raven, that and it all like comes together like the equations swirling around your head. And you're able to, yeah, your hypothesis is correct that the attitude towards Casper has shifted significantly among your peers, but nobody else seems to be harboring the same attitude. It's just with Raven, Faustus, and Tide so far.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll jog to catch up with Casper, and I'll, like, grab him by the wrist and just be like, Casper. Wait for his reaction.
He's like, yeah, hi. And he turns on his heels.
And in a quieter tone, but not like I'm trying to be secretive, I'm going to say, I don't know if you've noticed, but the other individuals who joined the crew at the same time as me, I'd like to call them friends, but I don't think they like me very much. They're not happy with you. And I don't know why, but that's something that you need to rectify. It's your job as captain to not have a fucking mutiny on your ship.
Casper sort of is taken aback, and he's like, okay, first of all, we're nowhere near a mutiny, so we're not there yet. That's that's considerably grave. And we don't joke about that. I noticed.
I wasn't joking. Renori knows nothing about ships or how they work, so she's just immediately like, I wasn't joking.
He makes
I was serious.
He makes a face like oh honey, but he doesn't. It's not really that condescending. It's just like you don't know how this works, do you? And he's like, listen, I sense the attitude. I cannot possibly imagine what it would be for, but I'm hoping that one of them will mention something to me. I don't know. It perhaps it's not being accustomed to living aboard a ship, or the previous danger, or I'm not certain, but I hoping someone will say something. Until then, all I can do is just keep being friendly and hope it's enough. It doesn't do me any good to sort of accuse anybody of anything.
If you can sense that something's wrong, and I can sense something's wrong, it's pretty obvious that something. And if you know, why wouldn't you go up to them and ask? Just check in.
Renori, I hear you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't want to seem aggressive. We're all just getting to know each other, and it wouldn't be a great idea to make everybody sort of feel as though I'm attacking them within these first few days. I'm if
Is
things, go ahead.
Is it attacking? Yeah, like she's like, I'm uninterested in your speech, Casper. Is it attacking them if you're approaching them with kindness, wanting to resolve what could be tension or a negative situation? I think that's incredibly good-hearted of you I don't think that that's aggressive. I think that that's loving and compassionate to notice that something is wrong with people on your ship and wanting to right that.
He gets very quiet for a moment, and he goes, It's not that you're wrong, because you're not. I'm not disagreeing. That would be the right thing to do. But I just I've lost people on this ship before to ingracious mistakes, and I don't want to start that pattern again. So I will make you this promise. I will make you this promise. If this sort of attitude persists, then I'll look into it and I'll speak to everybody and we can have a sort of family meeting. And he laughs a little bit. But I just don't want to make anyone feel as though what I'm offering to them is forced. I care very deeply about you four, significantly more than I expected to in such a short amount of time, but I don't necessarily want to squander that. It's a very delicate situation.
Renori just sighs, feeling as if, she's not gonna change his mind.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to talk to them, then I would.
If it so pleases you, then I mean I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Even if you did, I wouldn't listen.
He smiles fondly at you and he goes, "I know." Are you gonna seek everybody out?
Yeah, I'm gonna go try and Raven, just because my immediate assumption would be that Tide is with Chad, because I wasn't watching
Right.
anything else for a few.
Tide, what are you doing?
First, can we see them doing this, having this conversation?
Yeah, you see them talking. This is like all in the open.
Okay. So Tide has kind of gone back to sitting on a crate, trying to make sure that he's out of the way from Chad, and closely paying attention to everything going on around him, but specifically is watching Renori and Casper having this conversation that clearly is getting heated.
Mm-hmm.
And but he's also playing with the water again just to kind of appear busy.
Okay. Just to establish, you don't really hear anything from this conversation, but you can clearly see
Right.
that it's tense. Just putting
Yeah.
that out there. Okay. So you're sort of idle. Faustus and Raven. How's it going, dudes?
I think that upon seeing like Renori go after Casper after he like returned with the keys, Raven decides to like, not that this would ever help anybody, but I do this too where like I'll go silent to see if I can like hear a conversation that I will not be able to hear anyway. So she kind of just like is trying to make herself seem like as cash as possible, but there's literally nothing. Is there anything for her to lean on? Please say no.
No.
Yes. Okay. So she's just like twiddling her like she's like tapping her toes together like on her heels. She's fidgeting with her journal, but there's like only so much that she could actually read in that, so she's just like I don't know what to do. But she is also like intently watching to see how this will all play out.
Um, Faustus, are you doing the same or are you doing anything different?
At some point, Raven probably glances over to where Faustus was standing, and he's gone. And then looks around, and he is going to be just on the railing of the ship, like
All right.
sort of slowly tightrope walking the railing of the ship.
Can you do me a dex check, please?
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Would acrobatics apply to this or no?
Yeah, you can say acrobatics. Because it's balance.
That is 17.
Nice. You keep your balance
Oh.
considerably well. There's some wobbles, there's some wobbles, but for the most part, you're able to stay upright.
Raven hates it, but she is impressed by this.
Every once in a while, when there's a teeter that looks like it should knock him off balance, it's like an invisible wind, just sort of gives us a light push and
Nice.
helps correct.
Everybody do me a perception check.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a 20 for Faustus.
Okay.
19.
Okay.
A 6.
Oof.
7.
Ouchie. All right. Faustus and
Raven is way too preoccupied looking at Faustus on the balance beam.
Raven, you are just tunnel vision. Faustus and Renori, you hear a faint and familiar voice. And you recognize this voice because this voice has been appearing to you in your sleep. And it's still got that same sort of musical tinge to it as it weaves in and out of your ears. And you hear the following. I need something of you. If you're able to hear this message, please. There's something is wrong. And there's a sort of a pause with this like thrum in it, and then this voice starts up again. Please seek out, and there's a little bit of static, and then she goes, of course, seek out Tessa, as if she's asking, and you hear that static does not apply. She goes, oh, perfect. I need you to check on her. And Faustus and Renori, there's like a breeze that accompanies this voice, like it a very strong one, much stronger than everything else that's been going. And it rustles past you, and there's like leaves being carried on the breeze. And these leaves dance through the air, and they sort of loop around you, Faustus, where you are on the railing, and Renori, you as well. And these leaves go and dart down that tunnel in the rock. And that voice comes back much quieter, and she goes, I don't know how much I'm able to help from here on in, but if you could do me this favor, I will do my best to be in your corner. And the connection cuts. Tide and Raven, you hear whispers sort of building on one another, and it sounds like words, but it sounds like somebody sort of speaking quietly in the wind. You can ascertain that there are words, but you can't make them out. But you are able to see the leaves. I will say that. You're able to see this leaf action happening, and the leaves twirl around you as well. So, just like everybody gets looped, and it flies out.
Okay.
Try to catch a leaf.
Oh no.
Roll me sleight of hand.
That is 15.
You catch a leaf. It is a leaf.
So
Is that a
turn it
leaf?
over and look at it.
Mm-hmm. It's a leaf.
Yes. And I tuck the leaf away. I hold on to it.
Okay. You add the leaf to your inventory.
A leaf. Put it in my other possessions.
Would Casper have
I'm gonna
been
put it in
still
as a leaf on the
the
wind.
deck and seen this?
You do
Seen this?
you do notice as Renori, you notice this specifically just because directions, and you just finished this conversation, that when the voice sort of started up, that Casper stopped, and as soon as it stopped, he started again, like he started walking.
Okay. Well, so I'm gonna abandon my current plan of finding Faustus and Raven because that weird voice takes precedent, apparently. Um, and I'm gonna start walking after Casper again. You heard that too, didn't you?
Oh boy. Okay. Casper sort of spins around, so he's facing you. He's walking backwards, and let's make sure he isn't. Oh, nice. He keeps his balance. He doesn't trip. It's like I heard what?
The voice.
Um, voice.
Casper,
Renori.
don't bullshit me.
he heaves this deep sigh. Uh, I heard it. Perhaps. Why?
Looks like we've got some work to do.
Uh, you all certainly do. Yes.
You heard it too.
That I
So
did.
it was talking to you too and asking you to help too.
I I appreciate this, and he sort of gestures at you. But trust me, this is better suited for the four of you.
Renori just sort of narrows her eyes,
Um,
clearly not thrilled about the situation, but unwilling to, and just resigns herself to silence and standing there a bit like a lost puppy because she doesn't feel welcomed by the other three. Like she feels like they don't like her, especially after getting Casper.
mm,
And though she would never admit it, she has like excruciating social anxiety. So she's just like all of her bravado that she had about going to talk to them about what was wrong is just it's
it's
gone.
gone.
And so she's just like it's just like okay, well,
Um, let me do some math over here. Hold on.
I'm not with my regular setup, so I have tried to edit the settings,
Hey, we're
but
back.
Oh,
It's
yay.
not
Okay,
my
okay.
channel unless everything breaks. Hi,
Eh,
Ren. Um, God damn it.
Hi,
Okay,
Ren.
What happened?
we're back. It's fine. All right. So Casper sees Renori. He sees your attitude. Um, and he
mm,
stops, and he sighs, and he throws his head back. Um,
mm,
listen, God, I, you're welcome to stay with me if you like. It's not that I don't. I feel that I'm painting a rather unfortunate picture of myself within your head, and I would love to avoid that happening. Um, I am just trying to do right by the people who look up to me. So it's probably for the best that I stay. I am not kicking you out. If you would, for any reason, like to keep my company, I will be in here. And he gestures at the quarters. Um, but it appears you've received a calling, so perhaps you have more important business at hand. And he, you kind of sense like a lot of his playfulness has sort of dimmed down here, like he's trying to force it.
It's not that I don't want to keep your company. It's just that I can't ignore that. I don't feel that I can ignore that voice.
Um,
But thank you.
yeah. I'm gonna give you an option. You don't have to do it, but you may if you'd like. You may try to persuade him to come with you if you'd like to, but you don't have to.
Yeah, why
Ooh.
not? Let's go ahead and give that a shot.
All right, go for it.
Uh,
Roll me do
Renori.
persuasion.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's super, 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 super good. 15?
Okay, and what do you say to him?
Renori will take a beat, um, and then, like, shuffle around a little bit, trying to brush off the social anxiety. You know, it would be a lot more comfortable for me if you came along. Um, and it could solve some of the problems that currently exist if you built up stronger relationships with the four of us. Um, and who better to have at our side than the ghost?
Um,
Nice.
It'll likely go by a lot faster and easier if you're there, especially if you heard the voice too.
he sort of sighs and like how can he say no to that? And all right, jeez, I'll go. I don't know that it's going to be wanted, but I suppose you have some semblance of a point. Let me just gather my things. And he shuffles into the captain's quarters, but he leaves the door open. Um, we're gonna catch up with you two in a minute. Um, Tide, Raven, and Faustus, y'all see this happening. Like this is all. Um, yeah, and you also did. Tide and Raven, you didn't hear the voice, but you saw the leaves. Faustus, you heard the voice and saw the leaves.
I hop off the railing and stick an arm out,
Mm-hmm.
and Lilith lands from circling around the ship, and I walk towards Raven and I just say, "Time to go!" And I just walk down below deck.
What? Where? And then she's just like, "Where are we going?" And like is following him, but slowly.
Where are we going? I would love to know.
Well, he pulls the leaf out of some pocket, and it's just like the voice that told us to.
I, uh, Raven like hates. She hates what's going on right now, but she's just like, I, kind of didn't exactly hear what the voice said.
Walk with me. I have some equipment to grab before we go.
Are you gonna fucking tell me what the voice
Yes,
said? Okay. And then
walk and
she's like,
talk.
okay. And then she
It
like
seemed
follows
somewhat
him.
urgent.
Raven always has like her items on her. She
Okay.
like never put anything in the trunk, so she does not have to go.
Okay.
Um,
Do you
Faustus,
relay?
Faustus will relay what he heard. Yeah.
Okay. Tide, what are you doing? You did not hear the
Um,
voice, but you saw the leaves.
right. So Tide sees Faustus hold the leaf up, and he kind of like briskly walks over to them, um, and kind of like looks back to where the captain's quarters are to see if Renori and Casper are in sight, um, but doesn't see them coming towards him, and just kind of walks up to Faustus and Raven.
Faustus and Raven, you're probably power walking for the hatch at this point. So if you
Yep.
Tide, you just can join in step with them. Are you gonna head down with them as well?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right then. So Renori, you're sort of last one standing right now. Casper's gone into his quarters to grab his things. He's left the door open. It seems the rest of the party is doing the same. What would you like to do?
Renori also keeps all her stuff on her,
Okay.
so I don't need to grab anything. So she'll just kind of lean against the frame of Casper's like door.
Mm-hmm.
Wait to follow him along because she doesn't know anything about books and she certainly doesn't know how to get off of them. So
That's fair. Um. So okay, so you just see Casper milling around, like grabbing his stuff. Okay, so everybody grabs their things and reconvenes on the deck. The three of you emerge from the below decks as Casper and Renori come out from the quarters, and there's like just the group of you sort of gather by the ship railing. And Casper sort of like looks at the he looks at like the tunnel in the rock where the leaves had zipped off to, and he looks at all of you and he goes, "So we need to get over there. Let's do a little bit more resetting the scene real quick just to make sure we remember." So there's to the right, kind of up in the rock. It's pretty high. There is this tunnel that's heading deeper in, and there's like a rocky outcropping like right under it. So there's like a little cliff, and then the tunnel that goes in. It looks like person sized. There's a small beach beneath this ledge, and then the little sort of natural windows to the left. But there doesn't appear to be, like, you could probably get off of the boat and shimmy up to the beach, like through the water, like swim, not shimmy, swim up to the beach through the water, or you could devise some other method of getting over there, but you got to get over there.
So Tide is going to turn over to Raven and Faustus once they get up and sees that Casper and Renori are still a little bit a ways away and goes, okay, to recap, Goblin and a secret hatch. We can't get in there and magic doesn't work. Chad can get in there. She's not in pain, but we are when we go down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
That's some excellent nutselling. I think that's exactly correct.
Yep.
So now what? What are we gonna do?
Did you? Okay, did you hear the voice that came with the leaves on the wind? That sounded ridiculous, but it's apparently that's the new normal for us on this ship.
With all the colors.
Colors of the wind.
I couldn't tell what they were saying. I heard some whispering. I saw the leaves, and I saw you grab one.
I see Casper and Renori coming this way. I imagine they must have heard it as well. The voice that we heard in the dreams, that she wants us to do something for her, and it's that way. We need to get to that tunnel over there.
Renori and Casper, you join up, but seeing Faustus point, so that now you have reunited, sort of right here.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
Mediocre.
Raven steps towards Renori, and it's just like, are you joining us?
yes.
Okay. And she kind of smiles, and kind of looks in the direction of the cave, and is then it hits her. She turns to Casper and is like, how are we gonna get over there?
That is a bit of a predicament.
How far away are we?
So the ship is probably like, trying to do some mental math here, like 30 feet ish. Like if you were to go like direct diagonal line from where you're standing to this like little outcropping, is probably like diagonally 30 feet. If you were to like go down the edge of the ship, it's just a little bit shorter of a distance.
Perfect. So Tide kind of looks around, not really wanting to be a part of this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
looks up and says, "I know what I'm doing." He unbuttons his shirt, his button-down shirt, takes it off, and jumps into the water.
All right. Tide has his Baywatch moment, and you see him do a nice jump over the side. Casper kind of snorts at the dramatic flair of it all, and he goes, "Well, I'm not doing that. Uh, I have ideas, but nobody's going to like them. So anybody have better team player ideas?"
Uh,
I don't know. I say we just swim it. It's not that far.
Cool.
Renori's gonna like raise her hand and be like, I can't swim.
Raven is also in team cannot swim.
Well, shit. All right then. That's probably not the best solution.
No. Tide, it's like a 30-foot swim, so it's gonna take you like probably a couple minutes to get over there, but it's you swimming, you going.
If my swim speed is the same as my walk speed, is it still a couple minutes?
Yeah, like you're not. Yeah, it's not a couple minutes as in like 10. It's literally more like 2. Like you're
Gotcha.
just swimming. Yeah. Okay, so everybody else. Casper's sort of like looking over the edge, and he's looking up, and he's looking over the edge, and he goes, "Okay, well, since we have team cannot swim, I have a couple ideas. None particularly bright, but I suppose it's that or water, and I don't know how to." And he sort of just does some awkward gestures. We don't want anybody to be in the water, and they shouldn't be. We can attempt a jump from the crow's nest down to the ledge, or perhaps a swing. I don't think it's going to go well for 2 specific members of us, but we could try. Or we could all learn to swim right now. What do you say? And Raven and Renori, he's looking at you 2 specifically.
I'm sorry. Was one of your options to essentially just jump from the crow's nest?
Yeah, it's not as far as it looks, you know.
Raven like remembers the time she tried to climb into the crow's nest. And like
With the ladder.
We're gonna die before we get to the outcropping if we do that.
And she's just like, I don't particularly like that option. And she kind of like looks.
I've got another option.
Yes.
It's 30 feet.
It is 30 feet.
Hey, Tide!
Tide, you're like...
Yeah.
You're probably like 15 feet of the way. You're like halfway.
Can you hold this or find something to tie it to, and a rope just comes out of my pack and just goes... Nice. And starts unraveling across the gap as the mage hand lifts and carries it to Tide. And I just tie one end of my 50-foot length of rope to the railing, and another end to Tide. And now there's sort of a loop of rope down through the water.
Okay.
So that one could just sort of drag themselves along it through the water and not actually have to swim.
Wise. Okay, so Tide, you've been bestowed with this rope. Casper's like... Casper looks vaguely annoyed. Not particularly at what you just did, just at the prospect of water. Renori and Raven, how are we feeling? How are we doing?
The rope is just kind of flopped in the water, right? There's like no taut zip line kind of deal.
No, you are.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Raven kind of.
We can make a zip line, but I feel like that would be a lot harder. That would be so much harder.
I thought you were going to try and do a tightrope situation, and it was like,
that would have been so hard.
No.
Tightrope would have been a disaster.
Raven.
I mean, not for Faustus. I bet Faustus could do it.
Not for Casper either.
Raven kind of looks and sighs and just yeets herself over the edge, and like slapping the water. She slaps the water for the rope, and she
The rope shifts over to you.
oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
Oh nice. I thought it could be like the rope shifts away.
Nice.
Once
But
Raven jumps into the water, Ty just kind of goes woo.
Nice.
nice. And she drags herself along. Her like black like robe thing that she wears
floating
is
up behind
like
her.
very heavy at this point, but she's like roughing it, going for it with her like staff and everything in hand.
Okay. So alrighty. Renori, Casper is looking at you expectantly.
Real quick, Renori, are you carrying any visible weaponry, or is it just your spellbook and wand?
I don't have a wand.
Okay.
I am carrying. I have spell books like on holsters on my thighs and like
Nice.
one around here, and then I have several other holsters that have like my component pouches and some like potions and bottles and stuff. Yeah.
Nice. So Faustus, you look over and he has a dagger pointing at you, and he does a little sleight of hand flip and offers the hilt to you, and just says, "Sometimes you can't use magic." And he sort of gives it like a little shake, like.
Yeah. Yeah, Renori looks at it. You know, I'm more likely to accidentally stab myself with that, but. And she will reach out and take it, and her hand will be shaking a little bit because anything that isn't magical is foreign to her and kind of scary, and so she's like shaking, but will like put it away somewhere that she feels like she won't stab herself by accident.
Alright.
As he does that, Faustus walks up to the edge, and he's going to do similarly to Tide. He undoes like his sort of like dress shirt type, high collared shirt that he wears,
Right.
and takes it off and bundles it and puts it like in his bag. And what Renori would see, because she's right next to him, is that his body is just covered in like scars, like big, ropey, messy looking scars.
Casper
Like he's
and
got
Faustus are
the
twins.
absolute crap beat out of him on many, many, many occasions. So he's just got like scars, like layering over each other on his skin, pretty much covering most of his skin.
It's like Casper
And
and
he just looks
Faustus
back
being beaten up.
straight into the ocean and just dives in.
Alright. So you
I screams yeah again.
nice. You get you get a cheer.
Woo!
Raven
is deep heavy, like breathing, trying to like pull herself to the shore.
Okay. Tide, by now you're at the other side. And you're able to sort of like hold this line taut that you're like, well, not taut where nobody can use it, but you know what I mean, like get a better handle on it so it's easier for everybody else to use it. I'm gonna have everybody do athletics with advantage once we all get in the water, but just you can roll it now, but just don't tell me yet so I can process it.
Me too.
Yeah, Tide, no. You're across. You're good. You know how to swim. Faustus, you don't have to roll it. You're good. You know how to swim. Renori and Raven, you are a different situation. Renori, Casper looks at you and he's like, well, it's just the two of us, darling. So who is going first?
Renori will be continuously like looking over the ship and then like leaning away and then looking back over and leaning away and very clearly like kind of frozen in fear, and if someone were to look closely enough there's tears in her eyes
God.
because she's mortified. She does not want to jump. Both the jumping overboard and from the crow's nest plans were like, why must I jump? Am feeble wizard, cannot do. Um,
Um,
and so she's kind of frozen
mm-hmm.
for the moment.
Casper sort of like puts a gentle hand on your shoulder. He's like, if it would help, I can go before you and catch you. There's not much in the way I can do to not have this happen, but if it would help, I don't mind.
So Tide can't hear that conversation.
No,
Obviously,
but you could see Casper trying to like coax her into the water.
he's he's kind of looking up, sitting on the beach with the rope in hand, watching everybody come over, and sees Renori standing there, and he kind of yells out words of encouragement, just like saying, "Come on, Renori, you can do it! Like it's a really easy jump. It's not far."
So Renori.
She's gonna just like nod at Casper and be like, yeah, you first,
Okay.
then me.
All right. And so part of him getting his stuff was like him taking his hat and his coat. So he takes off his hat and he puts it on your head. He goes, just hold this for a moment. And he shrugs off that. I briefly described it when you first met him. It's like a scarlet coat with gold buttons and like black decorations, like kind of trim. And he takes that off and he rolls it up and he shoves it in his bag. And he goes, all right, I'll just take that. And he puts the hat back on his head and he holds it and he faces you. He winks at you and he steps backwards off of the ship. And you hear the splash. And you see him like with it holding his hat and his bag above the water. And he balances the bag on his shoulder and he goes, come on, I'll catch you. Come in.
Yeah,
Tide rolls his eyes at this point.
So Renori, still almost sobbing, just like closes her eyes and like tips herself over the ship because poor little baby does not know how to dive or anything. So yeah, she goes for the water.
All right.
How does she land? Can we figure that out?
Yeah, Renori, can you? You know what? I'm not gonna make you roll. It just you or how? What's the state of your jumping? Are you like flinging yourself? Is it more of a nervous step? How are you doing?
I'm worried about the belly flop. If she's leaning over.
No, I mean it's more of like a lean over and then like a little itty bitty like bunny hop forward.
Oh.
Just very hesitant, but not just like not quite like.
So she's pretty much jumping like as Casper did, like a step off sort of thing, but just like more of a hop. You all see Renori finally come off of the ship and into the water, and there's a splash, and Casper's like, "Whoa!" He can't really clap because he's got the arm. He like as soon as you hit the water, he's there and he's trying to like he's like kind of supporting you with one arm, and he helps like shuffle you over to the rope. And
yeah, and yeah. She clings to the rope like it's the ultimate lifeline, like just so desperate.
Understandable.
Same as with Raven, the rope is in the water, and as they move towards it, it's sort of like a portion of the rope dips and like drags across the water and heads towards you in the water.
Nice. Can everybody give me those athletics? Remember, it was with advantage, so everybody. I mean, Renori and Raven.
I actually got an 18.
Nice.
So
14.
And I have a -1. So.
Okay, we know we're kind of knowing how to swim. Was it yours? Was a what was it, Raisin?
A 14.
14. Okay. Raven, the robes are hard to move in, but you're doing pretty good. Renori, you're doing considerably better than the first time you were launched into the sea. Um,
Cool.
you guys are making your way downtown.
Walking
uh,
fast.
swimming fast. Faustus, you're the next to arrive on shore next to Tide. And Tide's like holding the rope. And then it's Raven. Uh, Renori, Casper is sort of like in front of you, and every so often he turns back to like check on you. But he pretty much keeps pace with you. So those two arrive last. And you're all on this beach. The outcropping is right above you. So it's like
Raven
yeah.
Raven takes off like the robes that she's wearing
Mm-hmm.
because they're stopping wet to reveal like the black sort of slip that she kind of like wears underneath it. A little sultry, but
Yeah.
she like just plops it like and tries to hang it on like. Is there
There's
anything
like
on
some
this?
rocks around. Yeah.
Okay, so she like lays it out on the rocks and it's just like she looks at Faustus and she's just like she contemplates saying something and then doesn't.
Mm.
So Tide is bursting out laughing, not at the slip, but at seeing her struggle to take off these like 30-pound robes at this point because they're just so drenched with water and heavy. And he's like, I'm sorry, it's really funny.
Um, Casper chuckles a little too. Casper is lacking the foresight that Tide and Faustus did because his shirt is soaking wet. And so is the rest of him. And he's sort of
Ooh.
realizing this now. God damn it, Jake. He's sort of realizing this now. And like just looking at himself and he's sort of resigned at this point. Um but yes, like I said, the outcropping is directly above your head, so you can like look up and you see it, and you've gotten to point B. How are you gonna get to point C?
Yes, because Renori is much better at climbing than swimming, so
Oh yeah.
this is her expertise. No, she's just gonna stay quiet. She's still mildly traumatized from the first part of this, so
30 feet
Raven.
back to the boat, Faustus puts out a hand,
Mm-hmm.
just like not even looking, and just like puts out a hand, and like his arm like flexes and his fingers kind of quake, and the knot starts coming undone slowly. And then the rope slaps into the water and then drags up the rock face that we have to climb. How high is it?
It's about like 30 feet up as well.
It goes up 30 feet, but it's just sort of like hanging there. Somebody else is going to have to get up there to secure it. Unfortunately, it's just at the edge of my
I don't
reach.
mind.
Raven looks at Renori and like hopes to share like this commiserating uh like fucking of course we're going to have to go up this cliff. Um
yeah, yeah. Renori is like standing there, like shivering just a little
mhm.
bit, and she like locks eyes with Raven and just like nods her head, like I know, I know.
Just a deep sigh.
You two have this soul
Yeah.
bonding moment. When you indicate that you need the rope secured, Casper's like, I got it. And he does like a few little shoulder rolls and he kind of like bounces on the balls of his feet. And, for lack of a better word, he runs up the wall. He sort of takes a running jump at the wall. And his feet slip. Like it's not this clean, like like matrix vertical. Like he takes a running jump and his feet sort of slip a little bit on the rock, and he manages to get an arm wound in the rope, and he starts climbing, and you see the rope sort of shaking above him as he's climbing up, and he gets to the top. The rope drops back down, and he takes the sort of upper end and he secures it, you think, because you see the rope sort of like shaking and then it stops moving. And then you see him peek out over the edge and he goes, I'm still going to hold it because I don't trust this, but you can come up now.
Raven kind of like glibly remarks, strangely, the rope doesn't give me more hope that I'll make it up there. um,
I look around
but
and says,
she's
"Who's
just
next?"
like, you know what? She's thinking, she's like, I'm going to go first because she's hoping that if she falls, there will be
Mhm.
more people to hopefully help catch her. So can she try to climb up after Casper?
Yes, do an athletics check, please. With advantage because you have a rope.
Okay. Well, at least I have an advantage. um an 18?
I am so proud of you. This is like a
Damn.
character divining moment.
I know.
This is
The
incredible.
other roll was a 5. So, thank you for the
Incredible.
rope, Faustus.
Um,
Um,
what's up, Tide?
I was just gonna say, I look around and say, "Well, I don't want to be last," so he kind of walks up behind Raven as she begins to climb.
Okay. So Raven, you.
Renori is gonna have this.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say Renori's gonna have the same train of thought as Raven and like stay in line behind Tide.
Okay, and Faustus, you're gonna bring up the rear then in that case. So Raymond, you get you sort of test the rope, and you can kind of see like Casper like looking down at you. He gives you a thumbs up, but you can kind of see him like holding the rope, and you take your first climbing steps, and at first you start slipping, and it is terrifying, but Casper kind of goes like, just wrap your arm and pull and just really try to grind your feet into the wall like you're walking just step by step. Take as long as you need, like he's shouting over the edge. And then you see his head disappear, and then he leans back over and he's like, "You've got this." And he disappears again. And with those sort of encouraging words, you're able to do kind of what he said. It's not perfect, but it's a lot easier than you thought it would be. And you manage to climb up, and you're arriving on the ledge isn't nearly as graceful, but you get up there, and Casper gives you just a hearty thumbs up. Um, Tide, you're next. Go ahead, do athletics with advantage for me, please.
So my second one was a 3, but my first one was an 18.
Okay, yeah,
Nice.
you take the higher. So 18. You do the same thing as Raven, perhaps a little more graceful, a little less fearful. You climb up as well, and Casper gives you a thumbs up. Renori.
I don't like that.
Oh, that's not a good face. Oh god.
You gonna die.
There can only be one. What is it? Lay it on me.
It's a 3, and that was with advantage.
Oh
The first one was 2.
no. Oh god. Renori.
Um, can I cast Featherfall on myself?
Is
Like,
hold on.
Did she even make it anywhere up the air
I
with
don't
a
even think you're
3?
gonna get into the air, so you probably won't even need to worry
okay.
about Featherfall. Renori, you get a hold of the rope. You see Raven and Tide going before you. You get a hold of the rope, and you're like, "We're gonna get up this
Mhm.
thing," and then you do not. Your first 3 steps, your feet slip out from under you, and you hit the sand.
Wizards are useless, y'all. We're useless if we're not using magic. Yeah. I'm just gonna stand there. Like Renori's just gonna be like, I don't know.
Casper.
Raven calls down and is just like, "We'll get you up."
Yeah, that's Casper's gonna after Raven says that he's like, listen, just Faustus, come on. Renori, after Faustus goes, just tie the rope around you, we'll pull you up. And Faustus he gestures for you to
Yay!
come up.
Here we go.
Alright.
13.
Okay. Not as graceful as everybody else as well, but it's fine. You make it work. You get up there. You almost slip trying to pull yourself up onto the ledge, but you've got friends to catch you, so you're all right. And they pull you up. Renori, do you do as you were told?
Oh yeah, there's no other choice. So yeah,
All
I
right.
just wrap and hold on. Yep.
All right. So, okay. Is it safe to say this is a team effort, or is Casper doing this by himself?
No, Raven also
No,
tries
we'll,
to.
Faustus will help.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Yeah. So Casper grabs the front of the rope, and then you guys kind of file and help grab as well, and you all do a heave and another one until you're hoisting Renori up over the edge of this cliff. And Renori, you are dragged onto this rock,
Yeah.
and looking up at everybody.
As Renori like gets over the cliff and is just sort of like on her hands and knees, she lets out like an embarrassed sob,
Oh.
like a sob of like self-resentment, feeling like completely useless, and just like leans down and like puts her head on her hands, like still just on the ground, like why?
Yeah. The
Raven kind of instinctively puts like a hand on her upper back, just like trying to soothe it, but she doesn't move it or anything, so it's just
there.
like her warm hands on the
Okay.
back.
So,
right? Just like
DM, did you
I
say
love
there were
you.
like natural windows kind of in this pavilion?
Yeah, they're on the wall across from where you are.
On the walls. So Lilith is probably basking in the sand in a sunbeam.
That's
And
so
then
sweet.
after everybody climbs, Lilith slithers over to the rope and kind of like looks at it and then just flaps and flies up and lands on Faustus's shoulder, and he just looks over and she like hisses, like the tongue pops out. And he's fuck you. She's being a little shit.
Faustus is
She can fly and everybody else can't.
Lilith is really the star of this campaign, actually. Just letting y'all know it's about Lilith. Okay, so
Tide looks over
yes.
to Renori and says, "We got you. We trust you." Like very pointed
Shit.
with some undertones, but discreet enough where he could theoretically deny it if anybody asked.
Okay. All right.
discreet enough.
It's the kind of the definition of Tide's kind of character so far. Discreet enough.
You see Casper out of your periphery. You see Casper sort of shuffle in place. We're going to really
Shove Casper off the cliff. Just kidding.
No.
I cast Featherfall.
I'm just kidding.
No.
I did that in the last campaign I played in at the beginning.
I am, as much as I want to know, because that's horrifying, I'm gonna choose to not ask, because my life will probably be better that way. Dear God. So there's this tunnel, that's behind you now. And we're gonna sort of move ahead so I can get you to a specific point here. Can we establish a marching order, please? Who wants to go first? And then who's following behind? Like, if you were to walk single file, who's in what order?
Faustus will go first.
Okay.
About approximately like 30 feet ahead.
Okay.
And looking out for any danger or traps or anything like that. He's very wary of the path and whether or not there's anything that might be dangerous or trap related.
Sure. Okay.
Squishy Wizard wants to be in the middle.
Understandable.
Like, number 3.
Raven and Tide.
Number 3.
You're muted.
You're muted, Tara.
Raven Raven will be behind Renori, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
So Tide,
Fourth.
do you want to be second or do you want to be last?
I want to be last so I can see Casper.
Okay. That works. Yeah. All right. So we've got Faustus, and then we've got Casper. Renori, you're behind Casper. Raven, behind. Gosh. Okay.
Renori.
Renori. There we go. I got everybody mixed up already. Um, and then Tide, you're bringing up the rear. Okay. We're gonna sort of move ahead. Who has dark vision? Is it anybody? Okay.
Me.
Pretty much everybody. Tide, do you have it or no?
I don't believe so.
Cool. All right. So
I have 120 feet, by the way.
okay.
120 feet.
So
I don't know.
it's pretty much not gonna do much, but I'm just asking, just for so color wise, you know that your perception of color shifts, but it's just dark in here. The further you go in, it seems like the light is being absorbed because dark rock. Light is pretty much gone. So even though you can see, you just recognize that it's dark, and there's not really much to see here. At first, this tunnel is pretty wide. You're able to walk as a group. Faustus is ahead, but everybody else you're able to be in sort of whatever configuration. But the tunnel consistently narrows until single file is the only way you can approach. And another blast of wind passes you. This time carrying no leaves, but very distinctly the same one that did carry leaves. And can everybody do me another perception check, please?
Plenty
19.
for Faustus.
Okay, we got a 19 for Tide. What was for Faustus?
20.
Okay.
15.
All right.
10.
All right. Renori, you are not going to hear this. And okay, Renori, you're not going to hear this. So this Casper's ears work. So the wind sort of passes by you all. And you hear that same musical sort of thrum in the air again, and the voice comes back, and she says, I wish to travel with you further, but this is as far as I can go for now. Seek out Tessa, like I said. She will lead you through your quest. Just be safe and be wary, and good luck. And this voice fades out in whispers. For Nori, you just hear this eerie blast of wind and the same, like, it sounds like speech. Actually, this is the first time you would be hearing this. It sounds like speech, but you can't quite make out the words. And you all are marching ahead through this dark tunnel. And Faustus, can you make me a dexterity saving throw, please?
20.
Okay. All right. So then it's
Rogues.
Casper. So hold on 1 second. All right. You're taking your steps, right? And you feel that your next step goes through air. And you're able to sort of ground your heel in before you tip entirely into a drop off. You hear, now that you've stopped, the faint sound of wind and what sounds like gravel, like crackling, like from under your feet into darkness. You can see in the dark, but it's your perception of what darkness would be. It just appears that there's a drop off here. And, can you do me... Actually, no, you're a considerable distance ahead, so you're able to stop and turn around. But you see Casper is coming towards you, and everybody's sort of single file.
I do one of these. Like
Okay.
call signs, like a little roguish thieves can't type communication with like a
Nice.
type thing.
Casper grinds his heels in, like... So, Renori...
I look up at the sky and I just say, "Thanks for the heads up, mystical voice."
You get no response. But the Casper kind of stops you guys. So the Raven, Renori, Tide, you sort of bump into him. And he goes, "What? What is it?"
Appears to be a dead drop-off.
That's not good.
No.
Casper kind of tries to lean around you to see. Faustus, can you make me a perception check, please?
Yes. Of course. Fuck this die. It was on a 14 and then it rolled to a 4. 11.
11. All right.
Yeah, sure. Blame the dice.
So infuriating.
That's still that's okay. We'll work with
Almost
that. We can work
almost
with
21.
that. You as Casper leans around, like your dark vision sort of changes the way you view things. You swear you see like a glint around his eyes, like it appears to you in this altered form of vision like a sudden flare of light. And you don't quite know how to process that. But Casper kind of leans around you and he stands up and he goes, "Well, we gotta get down, I guess."
Yes, it seems that would be the best path forward is downward.
He sort of like shimmies
I pull
to
a ball bearing
Uh
out of my bag of 1,000 ball bearings that I have in my burglar's kit, and I hold it out over the ledge and drop it, and then listen.
You hear the clack, 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 clack. You actually hear what sounds like rolling at a high speed, and then the sound fades out of audible range.
Did anyone bring a sled?
Can't
yeah,
say
let me just pull it out of my ass.
Yeah, pocket sled. Oh, that's actually really funny. Inside joke, but that's for later. So I'm not gonna give that context. Casper sort of like shuffles to the side so he can better see everybody, but it's still kind of awkward because we're in this single file sort of area. And he goes, "Well, out of all of us, I am probably the least likely to die going down this thing. I don't mind trying. If there's no objections." He just needed one go for it.
Go for it.
Well, Renori is just gonna preemptively, since if I cast Featherfall once, I can choose, like, well, I guess we have to be falling.
You have to, yeah, it's a
Never
reaction.
What if we all take a running leap out of this hole in the wall and then you cast Featherfall?
Because I can cast Featherfall on 5 falling creatures within range.
Do you all just want to swan dive?
No, I don't. I really don't.
I figured.
Raven's
hold it out.
not quite at that point yet in her life where she's just like, I'm just gonna say F it all. So.
Okay. Well, Renori's just gonna ready Featherfall in case it's needed. She's just gonna be like on the edge of her existence. Like, if I need to do this, I will do it.
Okay. You sort of prepare that for yourself. Like you're clutching at the small piece of down that's like part of the material component and you're ready for it. And Casper with the one go for it was all he really needed. He's like, all right, and he sort of like does another like little shimmy like he's ready, and he steps off of this drop off and just vanishes. You hear the sound like a thud of him coming into contact with something, and then there's like a whoop, like he's making a noise of alarm. And he's like, "Oh, okay," and his voice, his voice starts fading out of view, but before it disappears, you hear him go like, "Woo!" like he's happy, and his voice just fades out of view. Casper's gone, so who's next?
Out of, like, sheer panic, Renori will go next. Like,
alright.
Just, like, she has been so upset with how terribly she's done with everything else that she feels a strange need to prove herself, almost. And so out of, like, a panicked reaction and also fear for whatever just happened to Casper, she'll go.
Alright. Okay. So we'll talk about what happens in a second. Who's next?
Okay.
You see Renori go down the slide a little panicked.
Raven tries her best. Raven is just gonna go. She's
All
like,
right.
literally, there's no other way. But she does try to like maneuver her way sideways to see if she could like
Yeah, you
snowboard without a snowboard, like down this
okay.
steep cliff.
You sort of maneuver yourself as well so that like your slip is between you and Bearskin because rock hurdy.
Yes.
Who's next? Faustus and Tide.
I'll go next.
Oh, okay. Tide.
And
Um,
I'm gonna go kind of the opposite of Raven because I don't have a shirt on. So he's gonna kind of go a little bit more forward
okay.
to try to keep his back away from any
From
rocks or anything like that.
okay, Faustus. You're bringing up the rear. I assume you're doing the same as Tide.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do kind of what Raven's doing as well. Just kind of like taking sort of an angled stance and like trying to stay on my feet and slide down the surface as best I
Okay.
can.
Um, can everybody do me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Sure.
Jesus.
That's pretty good.
20.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. 14.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
16.
12.
20, 14, 12, and what's Faustus?
16.
Okay. Um, you, in order, you're all, in a specific order, but you are all rocketing down a rock slide. It is almost perfectly smooth, and the stone is sort of like glassy, so you're flying down this thing. Like it's like woo, and then it's like oh god, because you're picking up immense speed. Um, Even for those of you with dark vision, it's dark. Like there's nothing to really to see. The slide takes a hard right, and some of you sort of bang up against the wall here, and you shoot out into sunlight. And as you have this sort of weightless moment in the air as you take in like harsh sunlight for the first time in a little bit, and there's palm trees, and you hear the sound of the sea, and then the panic sets in because you're in the middle of the air. Um, and one by one, you sort of crash into the trees. Now, you all manage to catch yourself on a few branches and kind of control your landing. Like, you're sort of like, you hit the trees. It's not very pleasant, but you manage to sort of land relatively safely on the ground, and you're all okay. And you take your sort of first look around at your surroundings. I would like to reiterate that when you pulled into this cove, there was nothing but this rock emerging from the sea. You ain't see any sort of island like where you are now. You've landed in the middle of a very dense jungle. There's palm trees everywhere and lush bushes full of hundreds of multicolored flowers. And it's comfortably warm, and the trees offer sort of shade from the sun. It's like you're going into like mid afternoon at this point. There's like colorful birds like chasing each other through the air, and there's just like the chatter of life around you. You look above you to the left, and you see like the hole where you flew out, and you realize not only is it terrifyingly high up, the rock face is pretty smooth. That's probably a one-way trip. But it looks like it was in the side of a mountain. And there's no real distinguishable landmarks except for like this rock face with the hole in it. You can all very clearly hear the sound of running water coming from somewhere nearby. And I'm going to just establish this now. The point where you are standing, because you're going to do a little bit of exploring next time, the point where you are standing is going to be considered a save point. So I'm going to reiterate this next time. You are always going to remember where this is, and you can return at any point. Let's just say where you are is not that big to the point of you getting lost. So, with that being said, that's where we're going to wrap up today with In the Middle of this Jungle. That was a fun one.
Love that we plummeted into a cave of holding, and there's a whole ass island inside of it.
We have some exploring to do, friends. Chat, thank you guys so much for coming out. Mwah, thank you. This VOD is probably going to be split in half again because freaking my internet, but it's all right. Thank you guys for coming out. I hope you've been having a good time so far. If you want to support me in these streams and all of our lovely people, we have pals. Oh my gosh, yes, thank you. So please go give everybody a follow, check out the content. Just support the pals. If you would like to support me personally, it'd be so cool of you if you could retweet our going live tweets when we go and do these sessions. I am trying to crunch for affiliate this month, so it'd be super cool if you guys told your friends. We're pretty close. So thank you guys for all the follows today, and see you next week, same time, as we get into where the hell we are. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming out.
Thanks, everyone.